Legislative Day 7 of the Baltimore County Council. This is our work session for April 1st for our legislative session on April 7th. And before we start, we have some very special guests in the chamber. Pikesville High girls basketball team who have won the state championship now 5 times in a row. And I was going to let Councilman Patoka, really, a lot of people don't know this, but Coach Patoka. He's going to say a few words about Pikesville girls, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This is a really special day here in the Baltimore County Council chambers. We have the young ladies from Pikesville High, 5 years in a row. You know, as a coach, it's so hard to win a championship, to win a division, to win a championship in a single year. It's really difficult to repeat. It's virtually impossible to three-peat. Then to do it 4 times and then a 5th time, I mean, it's really a remarkable accomplishment. And I can tell you that myself and I think the council members here are just so proud of the young ladies from Pikesville. We're proud of the coaches and the leadership at Pikesville, because what you've done, don't underestimate what you've done for Baltimore County. And young ladies, you'll remember this for the rest of your life because it's such a special moment. And I think we have a little bonus for you because, Coach, do they get community service hours for being here this evening?
They should.
Okay, well, we're going to mark 1 community service hour. We've got a really long meeting, but we hope to get you out of here. But if you want to stick around for about 4 or 5 hours, get a lot of community service hours. But I think we're just going to let you guys go. So I'm going to read the resolution. I'm going to call out individual names, and when your name is called, please stand so we know who you are, and then we'll bring everybody down here, and if my colleagues would like to join me for a photo, that would be fabulous with the team. So let's, is the Principal Franklin here? No, okay. Athletic Director? Okay. I know Head Coach Michael Dukes is here. Stand up. Thank you. Assistant Head Coach Kevin Speaks. Assistant Coach Kevin Elliott. Assistant Coach Gordon Outlaw. Assistant Coach Aisha Mason. Is she here? Okay. Managers Jordan Cox, Shyla James, and Elisa Atta. All right. Thank you, managers. And now I'm going to call out each of the players, the champions. In fact, everybody here is a champion, right? Every part of the team. So Mariah Jones-Bay. You go, Mariah. Skyla Anderson. Quindence David. Kanai Pyatt. Not here, okay. Courtney Jennifer. Where's Courtney? Okay. Michaela Brooks. All right. Bria Rose Moore. Okay. Najee Malik L. Did I get that right? Yeah. Maya Chase. All right. Anaya Nelson. And Maya Willis. All right. I think we should give these guys a standing ovation. Thank you all so much. I'm going to read this aloud, and then I'm going to bring it down, and we'll take a group photo with the council members, team, coaches, managers, everybody from the school. So it says, "Be it hereby known that on behalf of the Baltimore County Council, we offer our sincerest congratulations to the Pikesville High School girls varsity basketball team on their winning season, including their 5th consecutive MPSSAA Class 1A state championship." And then we list all the names that we just called out, and it says the council hereby extends its respect, commendations, and sincere congratulations to the Pikesville High School girls varsity basketball team, the Panthers, who competed at the University of Maryland Xfinity Center on March 15th, 2025. The council joins those assembled, that's all of us, in paying tribute to this outstanding team who has demonstrated championship qualities both in competence and conduct, and who serves as an excellent role model on their peers and to the citizens of Baltimore County. Again, congratulations, young ladies. And I'm going to ask you to come on up. Bradley, if you could show them where to, and colleagues, if you'd like to join us. Okay, all the point guards, raise your hand. You're a guard? My chief of staff, Justin Silverman, says he will challenge somebody one-on-one. Justin, is that right? There you go, ladies.
Do you guys mind going just a little bit? Just all the way to the end.
I got a ball in my heart right now.
I'll get you guys on this. All right. Ready, guys? Whenever you're ready.
Squeeze together until you're uncomfortable.
All right, guys, I'm going to do one right here. Right here in my arm. 1, 2, and 2, 3, perfect. And then one more.
They should get an hour of community service.
So we were not joking about the 4 hours. We've got a long workstation ahead of us. We're gonna try to get through some of the quicker things first. We have a lot of speakers today on some of the bills that we're hearing. Some of you may or may not have prepared based on, the 3 minutes. We're hoping that we're going to cut that time down to 2 minutes. If you have a point that you're trying to make when you speak, we'll let you wrap that up. But if you can try to keep your comments as brief as possible, because we have about 50 speakers in total for all the bills that we have today. So we'll try to make this as painless as possible, but we got a lot of things on the plate today. So we're going to start first with reappointments. Mr. Secretary, am I correct? Yes. Okay, so first reappointment is for Councilman Marks to the Board of Appeals. It's a reappointment, actually, if I didn't say that already. Mr. Bill Paulshock, William Paulshock. Is Bill here today? Oh, Bill, you're here. Did you want to come up briefly and? Absolutely. Has it been 2 years already? Really? Holy moly. I feel like you were just here. Oh, did you want to say a few words about your experience on Board of Appeals? And
Got it. Well, it's an honor to be able to serve any part of Baltimore County. And I take it serious and truly grateful. And I bring an opinion, but the matter of fact of it is you follow law and facts. And I have a good history of doing things the right way. And rather it's working with, it was Senator Klosmeyer at the time, but now our county executive and Delegate Carl Jackson. And getting some good things approved by working the laws and for the watermen, for the Chesapeake Bay, and also in working with Congress and Governor Moore and the past county executive, Don Moeller, and getting some good things done federally, attacking the invasive species catfish. But anytime you can help Baltimore County, and it's about working as a team, like all you guys up there do. You get good things done for people, and in that office, you're only as good as your office and the people that surround you, and getting good things and the right things done. And that Board of Appeals office is a very, very good qualified people in there, and lucky to be with them. But most important, I'd like to thank Councilman Marks. Listen, he does a lot for the community, and to put people in right places at the right time is important. So Councilman Marks, I appreciate it, and all the councilmen, very grateful for what you guys do for Baltimore County. You guys have a great team up there. So,
thank you, sir. Councilman Marks?
Thank you very much. Bill, thank you very much for those kind words. This is a critical position in county government. This is the appellate level for a lot of our zoning and development cases, for some human resource cases. And I've told this to you several times. My father once held this position, appointed by then Councilman Gardina. I would come home from college and see him in the basement writing opinions on these long yellow legal pads. But quite frankly, it doesn't require a lawyer. It requires people who have common sense, who are a history of being problem solvers, who can listen to all sides. And I think you've done that. You were very involved in the Perry Hall Recreation Council. You helped lead the construction of Angel Park. You've been a proven business owner in the northeastern Baltimore County area. So I'm very happy to once again support your reappointment.
well, thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Paulshock?
Well, that's perfect. Keep up the good work,
Thank you,
Councilman.
sir. Thanks for coming in today.
Yes, sir.
Good to have you. All right, next up, we have another reappointment to the Board of Appeals. I guess you two know each other. This is Councilman Patoka's appointee, Miss Deborah Dobkin. Hi, Ms. Dopkin. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. Happy to be here. Appreciate Councilman Patoka's confidence in me and reappointing me. I thank Councilman Marks. Actually, I thank each of you. We have a wonderful Board of Appeals with devoted, conscientious, smart people serving the interests of Baltimore County. And I'm happy to be part of it.
Great. Councilman Marks?
And I
Councilman
remember
Patoka?
Councilman Marks' father serving when I was a practicing attorney.
You wrote me a very nice note.
Oh, he was tough.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Dopkins, for serving. This is a great day for the women of the 2nd District of Baltimore County. First, we had the champions in high school basketball here, the state champions, and we now have Ms. Dopkin, who I believe many of the lawyers in this room, the attorneys in this room would agree that she is a champion in the field of law.
Thank you.
And Ms. Dopkin was originally appointed by my predecessor, Councilwoman Almond, and when I came in office, she was up for reappointment, and I met with her, and within the first minute of our conversation, I knew that I wanted to reappoint her. And so it was one of the easiest decisions I ever had to make was your reappointment, Ms. Dopkin.
Thank you.
I'm just glad that you're willing to serve, and I think you're an outstanding member of the Board of Appeals, an outstanding person in the beautiful 2nd District of Baltimore County.
Thank you. We also have a terrific support staff. Cannot underestimate the value of what they do for us and for the county.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dopkin.
Thank you.
Councilman Marks?
Yes, I don't like to single out particular decisions, but I want to thank you for a very good decision you made regarding Red Maple Place. You sided with the community on Red Maple Place and your colleagues on the Board of Appeals, and it was the right decision. And I want to thank you for applying the law, looking at it independently, and coming to what I think was a very thoughtful decision. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Ms. Dopkin. We appreciate you
Mr.
coming in
Chairman.
today, and we
My
appreciate
pleasure.
your service.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Next up, we have a new appointment, and this is Councilman Crandall's appointment to the Baltimore County Planning Board, Ms. Jessica Lilly. And I know Ms. Lilly is with us today. So we're going to have Ms. Lilly, welcome again. You want to come up and say a few words?
Hi, everybody. I'm Jessica Lilly. I live in the historic area of Dundalk in District 7. I'm super excited. I don't think that you're going to find anybody that cares more about that area than I do. So I'm ready to learn and just serve Councilman Crandall's office proudly and District 7.
Great. Councilman Crandall?
Well, thank you, Jessica. I really appreciate you stepping up and your willingness to do this. I think maybe you might get a little tiny learning curve, which has never been a problem of yours in the past with anything that you've accomplished. And I also think, given what I know about you and your service to our community, that you probably have some things that you can actually teach some other members of the planning board. So I'm looking forward to hearing about that. So just so everyone knows, last year, Jessica was named by the Dundalk Optimist Club. She was named Dundalk Citizen of the Year. And there were many reasons that she received that award. Among them is her role as the president of the Old Dundalk Neighborhood Association, which she has sort of community association president is not always it's kind of a thankless job sometimes. And Jessica is there with regular emails out to her constituency. The meetings are vibrant. She brings guests in. She is also the veteran of 2 CZMPs. Where she has worked directly with property owners. One in particular worked with the attorney for the property owner and executed a covenant, which is no easy task, and it takes some wherewithal in order to pull something off like that. That not only can the community association sign off on it, but also have me change my perception of what this property should be or not. And she rallied the community behind taking on the covenant and granting the property owner what they requested. So in that, I think that Jessica really understands what can sometimes be a delicate balance between community and development. And I think that she brings that perspective to Baltimore County on the planning board. And then the last thing, and I wanted to lead off with this, but the first time I met Jessica, I kind of remember her yelling at me. Maybe not yelling, but very animated and passionate. So Jessica was president of the PTA, right? At the time?
It was at the time.
At the time. Yeah. So I know that Julian and Wade and David will remember this when Dundalk Elementary School was at the bottom of the list as far as replacement goes. And Jessica just really rallied the parents and was probably the strongest voice in the parents community at Dundalk Elementary to try to get that school new construction underway and expedited, which ended up happening, and she was integral in that effort. So while she may feel she has a lot to learn, she also has a lot of experience to bring to the table, and it's an honor to appoint you to the Board of Appeals, and I look forward to my colleagues voting for you positively on Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilman Jones.
Yes, Jessica, Ms. Lilly, it is certainly a pleasure to see you again.
Same.
I know we go way back, and I'm just very excited that you're willing to step up and take on this role, and I look forward to voting for you Monday.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the members? Thank you, Ms. Lilly. We appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Resolution 1825 from the chairman supporting the request for Main Street, Maryland designation by the Maryland DHCD. And I know it's in my name, and Secretary, did you want to start that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is a resolution that expresses the council's support for the county's request to the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development for Towson to receive the Main Street Maryland designation and for the Towson Main Street Collaborative Incorporated to locally administer the Main Street Maryland program. This designation is important and will facilitate continued reinvestment and revitalization in Towson. It will make it possible to get grants from DHCD and implement a revitalization strategy based on the Main Street Maryland program. In order for that to move forward, the council needs to express its support as well as support from the county executive.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I had somewhat forgotten about the resolution.
Certainly, sir.
I'm glad you could cover that. Does anyone have questions? None? Okay. Next up, we have Resolution 1925. This is from Council Members Catch and Marks, adoption and incorporation of the Jacksonville Community Plan under Master Plan 2030. Councilman Catch, did you?
Very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to thank the Jacksonville Community Association and the Department of Planning for their work in updating the Jacksonville Community Plan. I will say that the Jacksonville Community Association, among all the other community associations, and I think everyone on the council would agree, make our job a lot easier because they have the pulse of the community. They're excellent advocates for the community. And believe me, it's no small task to take a community plan and update it. If you go to Jacksonville, you'll see that plan in action. It's a beautiful area, and it's been saved from overdevelopment, and it's because of the community association. And so I asked the council to support it. I assume we're going to vote on it on Monday, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Crandall. And I think, oh, hey, thank you. I'm sorry, Councilman Catch. Did you want to co-sponsor it since I called you out? We do have a speaker on Resolution 1925. Chris?
Yes.
David Palmer. Chris,
No.
he's here. He's behind you. Do we have another?
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, Mr. Palmer. I have someone who signed up online.
Mr. Palmer, if you can sit down, and if we'll figure out the order in a second.
He's not on the list.
He's on our list.
Is he on the list?
I have him.
Thank you.
Second page, like 4 down.
Yeah. You're going to have to bear with me with navigating this because we have so many names and multiple people signed up for multiple items. So yes, you're right. We have 2 speakers, actually.
I understand.
Mr. Palmer and another speaker.
Did I miss any? We didn't have a speaker for Resolution 18.
No,
did
sir.
we?
I'm
Okay.
trying to follow along as we
Okay.
go, so.
Okay, Mr. Palmer, can we take Mr. Palmer first?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman,
Palmer.
member of the council, good afternoon. My name is David Palmer. I'm president of the Greater Jacksonville Association, a community organization which covers most of Phoenix and part of Baldwinville. And I'm here today to respectfully request your passage of our Jacksonville Community Plan, a 75-page document, which the Councilman Koch has talked about. And it primarily talks about business owners and developers, how they maintain the rural commercial village atmosphere, which is very important to us, which has been the hallmark of the Jacksonville community for many, many years. This plan addresses such issues as recommended zoning in this area, in the commercial village area, business design consistent with village architecture, streetscapes, and signage and lighting, business preferences, and traffic circulation recommendations. It also sets forth available community services such as senior center, the public schools, Jacksonville Fire Company, and sports facilities. This plan is the product of many, many hours, over 100 hours of planning committee of the Greater Jacksonville Association and multiple county departments which provided up-to-date information on permits and inspection, zoning, Department of Environmental Protection and Sustainability, Department of Recreation and Parks, Department of Aging, and the Department of Planning. We also received information from the State Highway Administration, Senior Center, Carroll Manor Rec Council, and most importantly, from Councilman Wade Koch, who has worked with our association very closely throughout his tenure. Finally, we request you respectfully to adopt this plan as an amendment to the 2030 master plan. And I thank you if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Any questions for Mr. Palmer?
Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Hewitt, next speaker. Ms. Belcastro.
That's okay. Our next speaker is Gail.
I'm goofing up today.
That's okay.
Calling
Gail
wrong
Blum,
names.
who is on virtually. Panelists, you may begin your testimony.
Can you repeat what you just, was that for Gail Blum?
I'm sorry, you may begin your testimony.
Okay, good evening. My name's Gail Blum, and I'm here to support Bill 1825 and 1925. I'm the owner of a large farm in Baltimore County that's permanently protected with an easement under the Rural Legacy Program. The program's designed to preserve farmland, forest land, and environmentally sensitive areas for agricultural, critical habitats, and most importantly, to ensure the future of Maryland's limited and finite farmland. Bill 1825 establishes a much-needed buffer from solar facilities. While support renewable energy, industrial-scale solar development must be carefully placed to avoid disrupting communities, harming property values, or consuming irreplaceable farmland. This bill ensures solar projects are integrated responsibly without sacrificing the rural character and environmental integrity of our county. Bill 1925 is just as crucial. It strengthens protections for the rural demarcation line by requiring both planning board recommendations and a supermajority vote of the county council before any boundary changes can be made. This added oversight is essential to preventing unchecked sprawl from eating away at our rural lands. Once farmland is lost, it's gone forever. This bill ensures that Baltimore County remains committed to preserving agricultural heritage, food security, and environmental sustainability for generations to come. And I urge you to vote in favor of both bills to keep Baltimore County's farmland and communities intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blum. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Belcastro, any other speakers on resolution?
No, there are no other speakers on Resolution 1925.
Okay. All right, any questions from any members? All right, we're going to move on to, we have one more appointment. I believe we do. This is Councilman Crandall's appointment to the Fair Election Fund Commission. Ms. Stacy McNish is Ms. McNish. Hi, how are you? That's hard to say, Ms. McNish. Well, when you put the Ms. in front of it, it could be, and if you say it fast 6 times, it could be problematic. Do you want to come up and say a few words?
So yes, my name is Stace McNish. I've lived in Essex for quite a few years, 10 years now. But I've lived in this community for different places all my life. So I'm really excited about this Fair Election Fund. I've read about it, I looked at the bill, and I found it very interesting, and I would like to be a part of that.
Great. Councilman Crandall, what you want to say?
Ms. McNish, you and I have not had the pleasure of meeting. I haven't had the pleasure of talking with you yet. You do, however, come highly recommended by the administration, and I have no doubt that you will not only represent District 7 well, you obviously you have a keen interest in this. Welcome to Baltimore County government.
Thank you.
At least on Monday, when my colleagues vote in the affirmative for you, and look forward to talking with you in the future. And thank you for your willingness to volunteer for this.
No problem. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Did anybody? Okay.
That was short and sweet. But thank you so much for serving, because it's an important, and this is the first time that we're doing this. So this will be the first election that we're using the Fair Election Fund. So it's a big deal. Now we're going to move on to fiscal matters. First up, we have Ms. Deb Schindel from Chief of Property Management about a contract for asbestos abatement and re-insulation services. Good afternoon, Ms. Schindel. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Good.
Good evening, Council President and members of the County Council. Thank you for having me this evening. Property Management's, the administration is requesting an approval of a contract with Sandow Construction, Inc. and Islis General Cleaning Services to provide all labor, material, tools, equipment, supervision, and all necessary incidentals for performing asbestos abatement and reinstallation at various Baltimore County facilities as needed. In no event shall the total compensation paid to contractors exceed the sum of the County Council approved appropriation amount during the entire life of the contract. This is a one-year contract, has 4 one-year renewals attached to it. There is an MBE WBE goal of 15%. It was competitively bid. It was chosen for best value, best qualified, experience, and low bid. I have 2 questions from the auditors that I would like to address for all of you this evening. The first one was, given that the county received 5 bids for these services, why not award contracts to more than 2 proposed contractors in order to increase competition and the likelihood of getting the best price and quickest response for all jobs? So as you can see in this contract, it is not a large contract. And it is with 5 vendors, we would have not had enough work to really go around to give all 5 vendors. We feel that the 2 vendors we've chosen are more adequate to serve our needs, and we are very mindful not to award contracts to vendors that may not receive any work. So it's a very low bid amount that we don't use often. The second question is, the note indicates that as much of March 17th to 25, expenditures and encumbrance under the county's current similar 5-year and 4-month contract, it totaled $234,391. Why does Property Management estimate that combined compensation for the 2 proposed contracts will nearly double to $561,848 over the 5-year and 4-month term? This is an estimate that we do to just forecast how much work we believe that could happen in the 5-year contract. We take the higher of the 2 contractors, and if you do compare this year's contract to the previous contract, there has been an increase in equipment, the cost of equipment, materials, and subcontractors based on this contract from the previous contract. So I hope that answers all of your questions, and I'm willing to take any further questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the members?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Ketch,
Deborah.
Councilman Jones beeped in first. This is like Jeopardy, so he's going to ask, and then I'll get you.
Okay, good.
Jeopardy form.
Okay, I'm
not very good at the game, but yes, sir, I'll try.
So thank you so much for the answers to the auditor's question, but I do want to follow up on one about the 2 versus the 5.
Yep.
So when we pick best value, pick all these things, this is before they actually see a job.
That is correct.
So when the job is presented, why wouldn't we allow all 5 to bid on it? Because let's say one says, I'll do the job for $50 an hour. The other says, I'll do the job for $10 an hour. But then at the end of the day, the one that says $10 an hour is going to take 10,000 hours, and the other is going to take 50 hours. So why wouldn't we just give everybody, because if it's only 2, isn't there an opportunity for people to sort of game the system? You take this one, I'll take the next one.
So no, actually, when they submit their bids, they are giving us their prices that are locked in. So if you look at their hourly rates and their percentage for markup, all of that's locked in. So it's really realistic that the 2 lowest vendors are always going to be your 2 low bidders, and the other 3 are really not going to receive any work because they're already, if you look at the breakdown of costs, they are giving as part of their final bid, they're telling us what they're going to charge per person per labor. So they're kind of locked in. They can't go any higher on those estimates. So more than likely, it's not, they're not going to see any work. And there's so little work here that's not, they're going to not find it valuable to keep coming out and not being awarded work when you only have about $500,000 in the life of a 5-year contract. You're talking $100,000 a year.
Okay.
So it's really not worth their time.
Thank you.
Councilman Ketch, did you
Yeah,
have
just very quickly, with the second question that you answered, number one, what you're saying is that the cost for the service has increased over the last 5 years. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, so basically when we put it out to bid again, yes, they're now charging more for their cost of materials, their subcontractor costs, and their equipment costs.
And you expect a more aggressive program in the next 5 years? Is that another reason for the fiscal note increasing?
Basically what we have to do is base our estimates on what they are charging, their current rates are now under this contract, where their rates were much lower in the last contract 5 years ago. They're charging more, so we have to take the second bidder, and their prices are a little more than the lowest bidder, but we just average out what we think we're going to use, and it's an estimate based on how much material and how many hours we believe we could use in this contract.
So you're saying that the cost have almost doubled. Just quickly, do we, obviously the school system has schools with problems. I know that Towson High School did at one time. I don't know if it's been resolved or not. Do we work with the school system with issues like this to try to help save the taxpayers money by combining our two efforts?
So every time we go out to bid on any contract, the Office of Procurement looks to see if there is any current contract that we could utilize to save us time and energy at putting something out to bid. And the Board of Ed will piggyback on our contracts, and we will piggyback on theirs, such as the same as we do with the state or other municipalities. So yes, there is some collaboration, and we do that before we put it out to a full bid. We do look for who has something that's comparable what we need.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Ketch. Any other questions from the members? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shingle. Next up, we have Mr. Seth Blumen from the Energy and Sustainability Coordinator for the Department of Environmental Protection and Sustainability. Talk about decarbonization energy audits. You're here.
Good evening.
Appeared out of nowhere.
It's trying to be fast. Thank you. So the proposed contract amendment with Facility Support Incorporated proposes services for 2 detailed energy audits, each with a decarbonization planning focus. The scope is to provide rough order of magnitude pricing and energy savings for the decarbonization as required by the State Building Energy Performance Standards, which just got adopted in December of 2024. This will include investigating 3 heating/ventilation and air conditioning and 3 domestic water heating system electrification options. So we're having to electrify to get rid of fossil fuels eventually by the end goal required under the performance standards at a cost-effective way. The in-scope facilities are Jefferson Office Building and Eastern Family Resource Center. This addition will be a value add to the county at fair market pricing that was attained through competitive solicitation without having to develop and go for a new bid and solicitation. As part of the retro commissioning process in April 2024, FSI engineers completed a portion of the preliminary work required for the decarbonization analysis, and the additional scope is recommended due to the BEPS law, Building Energy Performance Standard, that became effective in December. So I can take any questions at this time.
Any questions from the members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. next up, we have Mr. Joseph Jackson, Assistant County Attorney in the Real Estate Compliance Division. Acquisition of parcels, drainage and utility easements, 9929 Philadelphia Road, 21237. Is that just outside, inside the pit? Fancy pit. Go ahead, sir. Sorry, we're digressing.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, my name is Joseph Jackson. As you mentioned, I am the Assistant County Attorney for Real Estate Compliance, and we are here to request the approval of the contract to acquire land and easement access for .791 acres in the amount of $246,100 to facilitate the roadway improvements to accommodate the Moores Lane Bridge.
Thank you very much. I obviously am very much in support of this. The Moores Lane Bridge is a vitally needed connection between Pulaski Highway and Philadelphia Road. It has been stalled forever. There's been a lot of issues with wetlands, with negotiation with the railroads. So I'm pleased that we're now saying that we hope to advertise for construction in November 26. So I hope we can keep it along that timeline. Thank you. Thank the administration for their support. And obviously, I'll be voting in favor.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, sir. Unless are there any other questions from the members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Ms. Lauren Buckler, our Director of DPWT, Department of Public Works and Transportation, if you don't know what that is, with a contract with Cummings Wagner Company, maintenance of parts and controls for our sewage pumping and treatment stations. Hello, Ms. Buckler. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Exciting contract before you for the machining of portions of our sewage and pumping treatment stations. For those that don't know, we operate and maintain 120 sewage pump stations throughout the county. These stations operate 24/7, and any downtime can lead to sewage overflows, resulting in fines from the state to the county. So we're always looking for ways to make any repairs faster and easier when things break unexpectedly. This is a contract to do machine fitting for parts, including sleeves, wear rings, impellers, and other parts deemed necessary. It's a backstop. Our internal staff are able to do a lot of the work, but this is for pieces that they can't do when emergencies come up. So we have a contract in place to make those repairs quickly. We've found machining the parts, we can get them faster if we do it this way than ordering from the proprietary manufacturers in some cases, and we can do it cheaper in some cases. So it just gives us another option to look at when we have pieces fail. This is a one-year contract with a value of $75,000 and an option of 4 one-year additional extensions. Happy to take any questions you have.
Any questions from the members? Councilman Patoka.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Buckler, I don't have a question on this particular project, but I do want to ask if you and your team have had a chance to revisit the Pimlico Road traffic calming measures.
I know we are looking at it. I know we got that email end of last week, so the traffic team is taking a look at those, at that intersection.
We've had lots of accidents over there and so much pedestrian activity. It's become more urgent than ever. Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Buckler, one quick question. The Cummings Wagner, looks like they're Easco pump and valve. Are they local? Not that they have to be, I just was interested.
I am not sure. I can get back to you on that. On there.
Just curious. It's not necessarily important. I just thought.
They're out of Annapolis Junction, Maryland.
Okay, so they're in the state.
Yes.
Not far. Howard or Anne Arundel, depending on where they are.
Yes.
In Annapolis Junction. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we have one more. Chris, this is from Chris Martin, Director of OIT, Office of Information Technology. It looks like we have 2 cooperative agreements utilizing the State of Maryland Department of Information Technology Consulting and Technical Services, CATS Plus Staffing Solutions, and one for Optimal Geo LLC, On-Call IT Professional Services. Mr. Martin. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. So the first is for CATS Plus. This fiscal matter is for the county to establish a cooperative agreements utilizing the State of Maryland Department of Information Technology Consulting and Technical Services Plus for staffing solutions as needed. The contractor shall provide these services for supplemental staff engagements using one or more of the 115 labor categories. The county solicited a TO RFP to all the master contractors under the State of Maryland CATS Plus master contract, incorporating additional requirements as required by Baltimore County, Maryland. In 2016, the county issued RFP number P145 for information technology consulting and technical services. 24 contracts were awarded, all of which had 7-year term with a 120-day period renewal option. So this is a somewhat of a new version of that. I've already brought the first set of contracts at a previous council session. This is the second set, and there will be a third one to finalize the remaining. The contracts will become effective when executed by the county and shall continue through April 21st, 2028, the initial term. Encumbrances will be made whenever staffing solution services are procured as part of a TO RFP. A purchase order will be issued to the awarded contractor at that time with the funding information. And I can take any questions that there are about that.
Was there questions from the auditor on this one? No.
We have a number of auditors.
Okay.
Sorry. A number of,
they were from the last
correct
time we talked about.
Yes, and then as we're going through and reviewing these, we're looking at specific numbers and communication with the vendors leading up to it.
Okay. Questions from the members? Nope. Next, it would.
And then
the second one, the Optimal.
Yes. So
Optimal
Geo Incorporated. This request is for a multi-year agreement with Optimal Geo LLC for information technology professional services utilizing a GSA contract. In 2021, Woolpert acquired Optimal Geo LLC. Optimum Geo was awarded the services previously awarded to Woolpert under GSA. The county had worked with Woolpert Inc. under GSA since 2016. This continued work is to develop the next phase of the asset management system. Optimal Geo will assist the county with its efforts in system configuration, module implementation, data migration, and process standards. Optimal will also provide post-implementation support for the AMS, that's the asset management system, projects, as well as assist with any additional requirements for support. The compensation paid to the subcontractor shall not exceed the sum of $5 million throughout the life of the agreement, including all renewals.
Okay, great. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Next up, we have a bill from Councilman Marks, Bill 2025, parking of recreational vehicles on public roads. Councilman Marks?
Thank you very much. Simply put, this bill moves the enforcement of the prohibition against illegally parked recreational vehicles from one section of the code to another so that the police department can more properly enforce the regulations. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. I think we're going to go to, from there, we're going to go to Bill 2125. This is Councilman Ketch and Marks, zoning regulations, solar facilities, siting requirements. Councilman Ketch, did you want to speak to this? Are you with us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to quickly say this bill is going to be heard in 2 more weeks, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. What this bill does is it does not allow the construction of solar fields on prime and productive soil. Just very quickly, we all remember COVID-19 and the problems that we had getting food from other states, other countries. Northern Baltimore County is the breadbasket for Central Maryland. And what this bill will do, it's going to preserve the prime and productive soils in Baltimore County so that we have that area to rely on, to count on for food in the future. And I'll go into a lot more detail in 2 weeks when we have the second hearing on the bill. Brad Croner from the County Executive's Office has provided my office with a map showing the location of the prime and productive soils in Baltimore County. And I don't know if Brad has sent that map to everybody. If not, my office will send it to each member of the council. So I thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Ketch. Councilman Jones.
Yes, Councilman Catch, I remember when we first came up with the regulations concerning solar facilities in the county, and I remember there was tremendous debate back and forth, and I remember some of the farmers that came before us and was talking about owning a farm or having a farm in their family for 2 and 3 generations. And that, you know, by allowing them to use a portion of their farm to put up solar panels, it would in fact allow them to continue to be in business and continue to be a farmer. And we came up with a whole list of regulations, and we came up with an agreement. And I'm just curious, why today are you attempting to put more restrictions on property owners who own their property and they choose to put up a solar array on a portion of their farm? Why today is it necessary to put more restrictions on property owners who own their property and they're trying to do something to continue to be farmers?
There's a number of reasons. First of all, we're finding that we have situations where people who are not farmers are buying property and locating solar panels on those properties and contribute nothing to the agricultural community. Secondly, we're finding that it's beginning to alarm me the number of acres that are being taken out of agriculture and crop growing, et cetera, just in my district. And your use of the word "we" in the restrictions, I think you remember that I opposed and others opposed what the council ultimately did. We have, in the last number of years, just problems have come up. And I think those problems have come up simply because I don't think that the legislation was well thought out. I don't think that we put enough emphasis on other means of providing energy through solar. If you read the report I sent, I guess about a month ago, the report talks about the fact that we have the capacity to locate solar panels in other places besides agricultural land, such as the roofs of homes, of businesses, parking lots, etc. You know, we've got to always look to the future. And I just feel very strongly that we cannot jeopardize agriculture in the future simply because this area depends on it. And as I said, during COVID, we had problems with, at times, with delivery of food, etc. Now, the food that's grown in northern Baltimore County is very close to the central Maryland area. So, some of the mistakes made, I believe it was 2017, 18, I honestly don't remember. But we need to work those problems out that have come up. There's another bill regarding solar that I co-sponsoring with Councilman Marks, that deals with the location of these solar facilities close to homes, etc. So there's problems that have come up, and we're addressing those problems now. Thank you.
The only other question I would have is just real simply, what do you say to a farmer who's been farming for 3 generations and is faced with financial difficulty, because we've seen it all around where farmers are looking for other opportunities to make additional monies, and they say, I need to cut off a portion of my farm to put up solar panels so that we can continue to be in business and continue to be a farm?
Number one, if you take a look at the map, I don't know that there are many farms out there where there won't be soil that isn't prime and productive, where solar panels could possibly be located. The other thing is, and this is an issue that will come up in probably a month from now, etc. We need to have a vibrant agricultural department in Baltimore County government. Farming is becoming a lot more sophisticated, and we're having problems getting young people as farmers. The age of the average farmer is going up, and up. So my point is that if we had a Department of Agriculture in Baltimore County, those farmers who are having problems financially, etc., they would have a resource to go to in order to help resolve their problems. So I really don't think that this bill is going to take the ability of the greater majority of the farmers, the ability to locate solar fields on their farm. Again, when you get the map, you'll see that the prime and productive soil, I just don't think that it's going to be all of a farmer's property. I think it'll be a portion of it. So, we got to look to the future. We need good planning, and we need a resource for farmers to go to in the future so that they can keep their farms profitable in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Katz. Councilman Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman Katz, got 2 questions, both in relation to the other solar bill that Councilman Marks had put in the conversation we had last work session. So one, there's different kinds of solar projects. Brought this up with Councilman Marks. We talked about potential amendments to take in consideration those different types of solar projects, including agrivoltaics, possibly talking about community solar, which are smaller farms and smaller plots of land. And the agrivoltaics model being one that keeps the integrity of the original use of the land in which the farm is placed, or the solar farm is placed. I just wanted to see if you're open to a conversation about an amendment that would allow for those differentiations.
I think it probably already does, because it was my intention to have the bill apply in the circumstance related to the legislation that passed 6-7 years ago. So, for example, a farmer can there is a program to go out and, in essence, install solar. If that solar is used simply to power the farming operation. And to my knowledge, this bill does not put an end to that if there's any prime and productive soil involved. So if the amendment is needed, I don't have a problem with it, because it was never my intention to cause any difficulty for some of the other solar programs.
Right. No worries. And I specifically, and I'll talk to you after the work session, I just wanted to make sure that you're open to the idea, because the amendment wouldn't address that piece, which is already in the law. It would be recognizing the different types of solar farms that are available that protect the land or potentially use the original intent of the land that it's on, that I think goes in line with what you're attempting to do, but just want to make sure you're open to the idea of an amendment that would recognize those changes, those differences. Does that make sense?
Are you coming to my house later on?
I mean, if we didn't talk about it, but I should get text.
I didn't know that. I guess I have to get some food. And
We also have 7 days before the
no, you said after the meeting.
multiple days before the next work session. So.
I'm only
The other
kidding
question
you.
was specific. The other question was about the map that the administration sent, and I appreciate them putting it together for us. I just wanted to, I mean, and I apologize for the folks that don't see this map in front of us. I'm sure we're going to post it online and people will be able to see it. The majority of this map shows preserved land. And Mr. Secretary, if I could, that includes RC, that could potentially include other farmland that's just not zoned RC. Is that, I just want to make sure because not all of it's parkland or public land, it's just preserved land.
Let me just make the point
Yeah.
right now, as far as preserved land goes, because of the proposed power lines in Baltimore County and other counties, whether or not these protected lands are going to remain protected in the future is up in the air, simply because the Public Service Commission can give the power companies the right of eminent domain over that property. So, which would be the beginning of really a terrible precedent. And, if the power companies are able to do that, the implications could be devastating to our farms, to our efforts, because, okay, if they can take land for this purpose under eminent domain, what about other purposes? So
Right.
I'm concerned about that as well.
So, and again, this is why it's important that we have 2 work sessions. I just wanted to understand the maps I'm looking at here. It has preserved land and then prime soil. I imagine that the prime soil land that's identified here is land that's currently and potentially could be used for agriculture, but isn't preserved.
Correct. It's probably used for agriculture, yes, and it's not preserved because the map, and I'm just remembering, I don't have it in front of me either, shows the preserved land, and you have to admit that 72% of our goal has been, we had a goal of 80,000 acres. We preserved 72,000. So the people of Maryland, of Baltimore County, have really come through with saving much of our agricultural land. So I don't want to go to the power line situation, but there's many threats to agriculture in northern Baltimore County, and we got to look to the future. We need to protect that area, protect our food supply, and protect our water, our public drinking water. It's imperative that we do both.
Right.
And in order to do both, we got to roll with the times, and we have to look to the future to see what issues can come forward that could possibly damage our ability to produce food and to have clean water.
Right. So I think that it's a good question for follow-up to confirm from the map that we're getting related to the preserved land and prime soil that's specifically addressed in the bill.
Right. So, Mr. Young, I think it's fair to say that there probably is some overlap when you look at that map. When you look at the prime soils designation, there's likely some overlap with some of these other categories, particularly preserved land, the middle green colored one. Sure. It's certainly possible that prime farmland could also be preserved land, such as in a rural legacy program or something like that.
Which would already be protected from.
Correct.
Right. And the reason I was asking, one, for clarification, but also the conversation with Councilman Marks' solar bill was about how many properties are affected by the language. That was the question for Councilman Marks' bill. That's a question here that I'm looking at this, and I'm just asking now from this map, how much a solar farm has to be nearby a transfer station,
like a substation.
Substation. So that rules out a very vast majority of this space that I'm looking at here on the map. So I'm just asking the question of how much of this prime soil land that's on this map actually falls into this category that would need to be protected or be in this, in this category that you're trying to protect. Because it's not the entire space here, because it's already protected. I'm just wondering from these small brown spaces, how many of them?
I think, Councilman, that the issue is that, the cheapest option for providing solar energy is the utilization of agricultural lands. And, everybody, well, not everybody, but many people see opportunities and they want to make money, which is fine. And, so I think that we're going to see a situation where there's this push to locate solar on agricultural land is going to grow and grow and grow. So restrictions that are in place today, as far as the number of solar facilities that can be in each councilmatic district, there's going to be pressure in the future to increase that number of those solar facilities in each district. Plus, we have 2 new districts coming online with the expansion of the council. So as far as determining which properties that are prime and productive are affected or not affected by this bill, you're talking about a situation today. You're not talking about in the future. So in order to address the future and the need for us to protect agriculture in the county, I think that this particular situation or this particular proposal is the way to go. When you think of elections and you think of, the daily polling that occurs, the daily polling, yes, is important. And, I'm sure that we could, I don't know, I think it'd be somewhat difficult to determine an answer to, an exact answer to your question.
Yeah.
But it's a moving target. That's the problem. And as I said, as the cost is the cheapest on a farm, no doubt about that. So I'm sure there's going to be a push in the future to take even more agricultural land. So
Councilman,
I don't know that we can answer that. I don't know that I can particularly answer that question because.
Yep, it's not fair to expect you to answer it either. I think working with the administration and one, since they produced the map, also trying to answer this question. And the reason it's relevant, and you had mentioned earlier how there was legislation you didn't support because you didn't believe it to be well thought out. You and I haven't had an in-depth conversation about this piece of legislation, so I don't have enough information to say whether this is well thought out. What I would like to know is, out of the prime soil properties that I'm looking at here provided by the administration, which ones are already ruled out because they're far off from a substation and, to your point, would not be cost effective or qualified to be able to put something in. And I completely agree with you. Industry and other outside forces are going to be moving to try and find other locations. We just passed a resolution the other day talking about BGE and about their rate hikes. And part of that was because we're taking in more power from outside the state while we're still asking them and finding other resources inside. So when that comes up, you think wind, you think solar. So where are we going to go? To your point, open land potentially is cheaper. So again, I think the main point is I'm just trying to understand too, from what's in front of us now, how does this apply? And is there a strategic way to meet your needs, but also not have a blanket thing that covers areas that are already protected because they're not usable under the current structure of building a solar facility that is outside of the distance necessary for a substation?
Well, I think that you also have to remember that just because it's not near a substation today doesn't mean it won't be tomorrow close to a new substation. So I just think that it is the smart way to go, that if we know that how important prime and productive soil is to our future, that we protect it, especially when you look at that map showing the prime and productive soils, you'll see that most of the county does not have prime and productive soil. As I said to Councilman Jones, I'm sure that the greater majority of the farmers, their property may have prime and productive soil, but the whole farm being prime and productive is probably not the situation. So again, I want to protect our farms in the future, and our prime and productive soil. You cannot move that soil and have it nurture somewhere else, because where it is today is where it's been produced. Many factors are involved. So it's a prime and productive soil is, the federal government determines what's prime and productive and where it is. And it's nothing that can be played with. As I said, you can't move it and have it exist as prime and productive. So there's many factors. So, and as I said, you could put what they're called transfer stations anywhere in the county, and that makes a certain property eligible for solar where it's not eligible today. So I'd be more than happy to work with you with this bill and with the amendments. But I think, as you can tell, I'm very concerned about this issue, very concerned about our food supply in the future, and very concerned about public water for the Baltimore metropolitan area, where 60% of 1,600,000 people drink this water.
Councilman?
Yes.
Thank you. No one could successfully argue that you are not a champion of protecting farmland. I mean that sincerely. So I
appreciate that.
I look forward to working with you and talking about your bill into the next work session, so I can get a better handle on your goals and how we can find whether it's this or through some other amendments, meet your needs. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Young. Councilman Jones.
Councilman Catch, I don't have a question. I just want you to think about this and maybe take a look. I'm not sure if you know about this, but nowadays you see a lot more what they call agrovoltaics, which is basically an opportunity where you put the solar panels at such a height that you can still do farming and raise livestock underneath. So it's not one or the other. There's, nowadays, there's opportunities to do both on the same land. So just something to think about. I'm looking at it online, and obviously that may be the wave of the future.
Let's see how it works. We're getting, I think that we're getting one in Maryland line. So we'll see how it works, how effective it is. I mean, like everything, there are negatives to it, and let's hope that it does work, and that the land that is being taken, that is prime productive in Maryland line, will continue to be productive. So we'll see.
Are we done? Councilman Crandall? Mic's on. All right. Ms. Belcastro, I think we have some speakers.
Yes, we have a few speakers. Our first speaker is Theo Legardu. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Legardo.
Theo.
Here in person.
How are you, sir? I'm not going to try to pronounce the butchered name. I'm trying to find you here. You can say it when you.
It's Lagardère.
Lagardère. Is that Lagardère? The R is silent. Is that correct?
Can be, yes, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you, Councilman Chair and council members. My name is Theo Legarder, and I'm here to support Bill 2125, proposed by Councilman Wade Koch and co-sponsored by Councilman Marks, as introduced, that would prohibit solar facilities on land that constitutes prime farmland. The state seal behind you represents the farmer and the fisherman. And I think that one aspect of my work in the past 25 years as a fisherman and as a fishing guide that has sold fishing licenses to residents of 37 to 50 states is that people come here to fish. But many people have farmed these lands for 6 or 7 generations. So to be respectful to them, the issue before you, I think, is really about impervious surface. And I want you to think in terms of solar panels not soaking up water, not soaking up rainfall. As executive director of Gunpowder Riverkeeper, and I've held that role for 14 years, we have about 488 supporters, but they also hail from 17 states. And we know from, state science that when those watersheds become 5% or more impervious, we lose native brook trout that have been here since the last ice age. So I think it's critically important that solar facilities are sited in brownfield situations, on rooftops, and on existing impervious, and that they are redirected away from prime productive farmland. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Councilman Marks?
I just want to thank you. We've collaborated on a number of projects, and you really have the interests of the Gunpowder River Valley at heart. You do outstanding work. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jack Rowland, who is on virtually. Mr. Rowland, you may begin your testimony.
Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yeah, my name is Jack Rowland, and I'm a development manager with ECA Solar. Address is 203 Crescent Street in Waltham, Massachusetts. I'm here to speak on proposed bill number 21-25 that would prohibit solar facilities on prime farmland. ECA Solar is in the final stages of permitting a 1.5 megawatt community solar project at the end of Dowell Lane in Kingsville, Maryland. The project is called Kingsville Community Energy Initiative, and we received the non-appealable zoning approval or the special exception approval back in December of 2023. Once we had this approval in hand, we felt comfortable purchasing the property, making all the necessary interconnection payments to Baltimore Gas and Electric, and have been working through Baltimore County's extensive development review committee process for the last 15 months. And speaking with zoning, it does sound like projects that have received their special exception approval would not be subject to any changes to the ordinance. However, to ensure that projects that have received their zoning approval under the current or past ordinance would not have the rug pulled out from under them due to an ordinance change like this one, I would like to respectfully request that the following grandfather clause be incorporated to the end of this proposed bill. It would state, and shall apply to any project that has not received final, non-appealable zoning approval as of the effective date of this act. The only difference between the proposed grandfathering language proposed here and in bill number 18-25 is adding the word zoning. So yeah, just in short, after gaining our special exception approval, we as a company felt comfortable allocating considerable capital to this project. And just want to be sure that if the rules were changed at this stage after spending 15 months working towards our remaining permits, that we wouldn't have the rug pulled out, and just feel that would be fundamentally unfair. But thank you everyone for your time. Sorry to run over.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Any questions? Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Christopher DiCarlo, who is here in person.
Mr. DiCarlo, welcome.
Good evening.
How are you?
Doing well.
Good.
All right, well, good evening, members of the council. My name is Christopher DiCarlo. I'm with Venable LLP. I'm testifying tonight on behalf of my client, Soul Harvest Energy LLC. And similar to the last person you just heard testifying, Soul Harvest has been diligently pursuing a solar facility special exception in the county off of Liberty Road in D4 for the past 3 years. They received their special exception approval for this project in December of 2022. And very importantly, this project had no opposition at that hearing. It has no opposition during the entire process. It's a little over 1 megawatts as well. Once constructed, it will provide energy to the grid that would power about 350 to 400 homes. Since the special exception approval, they've been working through the permitting process. They have received development plan approval in February of 2024. They've received final forest conservation and forest buffer protection plan approval in July of 2024, landscape plan approval in August of 24, and they anticipate receiving final grading plan approval within the next few weeks, which will allow them to proceed with a building permit. The issue that we have, or my client has, with CB21 in its current form is that it doesn't include any kind of grandfathering that would protect this project if it's passed as it is right now. Instead, it would kill this unopposed and non-controversial solar project and pull the rug out from under it right at the end. And, my client, thinks that's been unfair and unjust result. And I don't believe it's the intention of the council to do that or be in good policy. So for those reasons, we would respectfully request an amendment that at the very least would allow grandfathering of approved special exception solar projects. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Councilman Jones, any questions? Okay. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Robert Fryer, who is on virtually. Mr. Fryer, you may begin your testimony.
Welcome, Mr. Fryer. Freer.
Okay. Hi, you hear me now? You can hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. Real quick, I'm Rob Freer. I am a volunteer environmental advocate for several groups and an investor in some renewable energy companies. I was going to make a couple points that haven't been made and not take up too much of your time. I've learned a lot in my advocacy and research, and I learned that the land under solar farms or solar installations can actually provide better micronutrients and drainage than land that is used exclusively for monoculture agriculture. So it perks well and drains well. Another really interesting point that I learned is that to build all the solar capacity that Maryland needs to achieve net zero electric production by 2035 would require only about 1% of farmland. So while it looks like a lot when you look out and you see 5 acres of solar panels, it's actually would be quite negligible impact on farming at about 1% of farmland. And thank you for allowing me to make those comments.
Mr. Freer, you had signed. Did we lose you?
I'm sorry, I'm still here. Did you miss something?
You had signed up for 1825 and 2120. They're both having to do with solar.
Yes, I did.
Is that your testimony for both, or did you?
That was 2125, correct? Yeah, prime. With respect to 1825, yeah, I mean, similar to what Councilman Jones was saying about the preserving the family farm by allowing them to use a portion of their land for solar systems. It seems to me that we would not want to restrict it to just 10 in a district. And with respect to being in proximity to the medium voltage lines and substations, it will be logical that some of these installations are going to be a little bit clustered. So to have a restriction of that 1,000 feet from another property would be somewhat unreasonable, because you could have a large parcel across the river from another large parcel. However, they're both close to a medium voltage feeder line, whereas 90% of the land in the county is not close to a medium voltage feeder line. So I think there would just be a little bit of a cluster, which makes sense if you think of like logistics, that warehouses are close to highways and commercial facilities are close to transportation and roads. So those are my comments with respect to 1825.
Thank you. A quick question. Do you consider 6 solar facilities within 3/4 of a mile to be a little bit clustered or a lot clustered?
I think the ones you're referring to are close to a substation. So it's logical, just like you would have a lot of warehouses that are on an exit of 95. So I would consider that to be a cluster. But 95% of the rest of the county probably wouldn't have any solar farms. So yes, I would consider that a cluster.
Well, I think most people near there would consider that to be a lot of cluster. Thank you.
Mr. Fryer.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, is it okay for me to ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Try to keep it within
Mr. Fryer,
5 minutes.
is your company working on any solar projects related to roofs on large commercial buildings, or over parking lots, et cetera? Or is your emphasis simply on agricultural land?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'm a volunteer. I do invest in companies as an investor, like private equity. Just in 30 seconds, I'm investing in a company called Good Idea Solar. And what they're doing is providing family farmers with the opportunity to have a small solar farm. And we do a cost sharing, so they don't get they actually do a lot better than they would with other commercial investors. So we provide them a cost sharing, and it really can help save the family farm. But we don't have any projects in Baltimore County.
And
right
that is Baltimore County has that program, and it was never my intention that the bill regarding prime and productive soil have any negative effect on that particular program, because I think it's a good one. I hope that the companies that you invest in, that you're working with, will put more emphasis on roofs of buildings and parking lots and homes. In Baltimore County on Asbury Road, a owner of a large business has installed solar on the roof, and it's very impressive, and that's the direction we need to go.
I agree 100%, Councilman Koch. I would like to see every flat roof have solar panels.
Thank you.
Councilman Marks.
Rob, I do want to thank you. You do a lot of very good environmental work. We just don't see eye to eye on this particular issue. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Marks.
Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Paul Merritt, who is here in person.
Hold Merrick? Merritt. Oh, that's easy enough.
Hello, my name is Paul Merritt. I'm president of the Hanover Road Association. The Hanover Road Association supports this bill. We have many small parcels that are prime and productive that are too small to be preserved. This bill would protect these small parcels from being purchased with the intent of solar development. We currently have 2 constructed solar facilities that are on investment properties and not part of any family farm, with a third one lurking in the shadows. And just quick, there's a lot of some misconception, I guess, about solar because most of ours are far off the beaten path and not close to a substation. So that's an issue that we have too, because it's all they need is 3-phase electric and they can hook to them. Thank you for your time.
Is that both bills? Yes, I want to do the other. Oh, would you do? Oh, do you want to do it separate? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, sir. Ms. Belcastro, any other speakers on 2125?
Our next speaker is Palmer Moore, who was on virtually.
Okay, great.
You may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Palmer Moore, and I'm with Nexamp, a leading community solar company with deep experience here in Maryland. We've been working on community solar here for a decade, and we have nearly 2,000 Maryland households and small businesses already subscribed to our projects, right now saving them each more than $200 a year. We're committed to being good community members and making clean energy equitable and accessible to all. On average, each of our projects supports about 280 local customers. That's 280 families seeing real savings on their energy bills each year. If you multiply that impact across the county's districts, you have the potential for saving nearly 20,000 households, a total of nearly $4 million a year. And going forward, 40% of these community solar projects' benefits must be delivered to low and moderate income families, driving economic support to where it is needed most. These projects are also job engines. Every single project supports around 45 good paying jobs, electricians, site contractors, heavy equipment operators, and more. That's 450 jobs per district, or over 3,000 jobs across the county. And finally, there's tax revenue. Each project contributes roughly $2.8 million in personal property tax revenue over its life. Even under the existing district level restrictions, that's $28 million in new revenue per district and nearly $200 million across the county. Funds that support schools, public safety, community spaces, and infrastructure. At Nexamp, we've partnered with farmers across the country for years. And in all that time, we've never displaced food production. We work with landowners to site projects in ways that complement, not compete with, their core farming operations. This bill applies a broad and arbitrary restriction that would block well-sited projects, even those that help farmers stay on their land. And even at full scale, community solar would occupy just 1.5% of Baltimore County's farmland. These projects don't threaten agricultural, they support it, and they do so without degrading the soil, and with long-term benefits to land and community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any questions for Mr. Moore? Do we have more speakers on?
One more speaker for this item, Mr. Chair. Tom Gaines, who is here in person.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Gaines. How are you? Thank you for being here. It's not 4, Mr. Secretary. Not 4.
Good evening. Thank you guys for having me here. I just wanted to follow up on the economic benefits. My company is Solar Gains. We're a Baltimore County business owner. We have 200 employees. Our business is building community solar, and we work on a lot of these projects that have been talked about. And, I think the last speaker inferred, but these projects are job creators, and they're well-paying jobs. The Inflation Recovery Act requires all these projects are built with prevailing wage and Davis-Bacon. So A journeyman electrician on these jobs makes $66 an hour. Yeah. And the other aspect is that there's a requirement in the IRA for apprenticeship programs. So we're creating career paths for our employees. We have 35 guys, people in electrical apprenticeship programs. So, we have probably 80 electricians on our staff, and half of those are in the apprenticeship program. And that's required on these community solar projects if it's over megawatt AC. So these jobs are doing a lot of good in the economy, more than, there's a lot broader perspective here, right? So, the one aspect which was touched on lightly is that the low and moderate income requirement of these projects, right? The developers have to sell 40% of the power to LMI customers. And there is a specific requirement that there's a cost savings measure in the Inflation Recovery Act. So in today's day, everybody's power bills are going up, right? This is one way you can do something for Baltimore County residents. I think it's really important. Just a couple other things. Solar farms, construction of solar farms is not cheaper than building on rooftops, just to clarify that, okay? Building on large rooftops is less expensive. We do both in the county, and I just think, these projects create a waterfall of benefits for your county businesses. Half of our employees live in Baltimore County, right? And we're creating a career path and good paying jobs. So, just one clarification. One gentleman had a comment about that the impervious nature created in the solar farms. That's not correct. The panels are spread out far enough apart so the water dissipates. There's great civil engineers in the counties that look at all these things and verify that, right? These are not impervious fields. So, I think that's all I have.
I missed your name.
My name is Tom Gaines. My company is Solar Gaines. We're based in Cockeysville.
Oh, it's not on the. Okay.
Yeah, I came out a little
I
late.
was searching for
I
you
got
here,
you.
and I couldn't.
We've been in Cockeysville for 15 years.
Great. Councilman Patoka has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gaines. I think all of us here would agree that we're all supportive of jobs, especially jobs in the trades, electrical workers, electricians. It's really an important it's a job, these are jobs of the future, essentially. They're future-proof. But I wanted to ask, to me and some of the folks here and some of the folks we heard from at the last work session, the issue is not solar. The issue is really the placement of where the solar is. And so I've always believed that we don't provide enough incentives to create the opportunities for solar on rooftops, on our parking lots, to canopy. Every parking lot we have in the county, we should try to create a canopy to create opportunities for solar, to create a robust placement for the grid. Yeah. And are there incentives out there that you know of to drive solar to where the people are rather than out to where we have our agriculture and forests?
The parking lot canopies are just expensive. You're building a steel structure, pouring footings, it's just a more expensive installation. It's maybe 50% more expensive. So it's just, we price them all the time, and it's very hard to make the numbers work. So if there was a program that provided some additional benefits, that you could probably incentivize some of that work.
My son played in a baseball tournament in California, a national tournament. And so we were moving from ball field to ball field to ball field. And without exception, every parking lot where there was a ball field had a canopy on it with solar panels throughout.
Yeah.
And I don't know what California is doing it, but they didn't seem to be missing what they're doing, but they didn't seem to be missing an opportunity for any flat surface to create some shade. And in addition to the shade, you're also capturing that solar energy. And so I just wonder into the future if this governing body and some of the policymakers in the county, should we try to, and the state as well, and maybe BG&E and other power providers to start looking at incentives for using existing infrastructure and how we can best create a network of solar panels for this county to be more self-sufficient on power. But you're saying there aren't incentives out there now?
I mean, there are some small incentives, I think, for the carports, but we don't see a whole lot. I mean, you don't see a whole lot being built substantially.
I think it's fertile ground for us to, as policymakers, to look into the future for trying to take the pressure off of our agricultural areas and start to do it where it makes more sense. Thank you, Mr. Gaines.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on one second, Councilman Ketch. Councilman Marks had a question.
I completely agree with Councilman Patoka. The most visible example of this is Community College of Baltimore County at Essex, where there are those solar panels right above the parking canopy. So.
I think they can hear me, but Councilman Ketch?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Gaines and all the other representatives of the solar companies that operate in Baltimore County. And I want to ask all of them to please, and echoing what Councilman Patoka and Councilman Marks have said, echoing that, please put your emphasis on roofs, parking lots, homes, etc., and off of our agricultural land. Because when you think about it, it doesn't matter really how much money we save, or I mean, how much tax benefits there might be, high salaries, etc. It doesn't matter if we don't have adequate food for people and clean water. I mean, this is a balance. And, without food and water, where are we? So please keep that in mind, and please put your emphasis away from agriculture and to the other places. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Yep.
With some good insights. Miss Belcastro. Is that all? Mr. Belcastro, you've become Mr. Belcastro now. So I'm gonna, is any other items on Bill 2125 before we move on? None? All right. Since we're on solar, we're gonna stay on solar. I'm gonna go to Bill 1825. Councilman Marks, do you want to talk about this?
Castro, can you put up, or try to put that up?
Mr. Belcastro.
Wrong one. There. I'll begin talking. This bill concerns the distance requirements between solar facilities in Baltimore County. And I think we had a lot of good testimony at the last work session. We're going to hear some good testimony from Baltimore County citizens over the next few minutes. But what I wanted to address here was something that came up last session, where addressing the impact of this legislation on a proposed business development in the pipeline. Because I want to be very clear. The county council historically has gotten involved in the trajectory of a proposed business or development on numerous occasions. I mean, let's not pretend that we just operate in a vacuum and the private enterprise system operates on its own. In fact, every single zoning cycle, the county council adopts a bill for all the zoning issues in each council member's district that determines the trajectory of a proposed development project. And I can guarantee you probably that each member of this council and preceding members of the council have altered the trajectory of a development or project based on the zoning classification they recommend to the other members. So we do it every single zoning cycle. We've also done it very specifically in legislation. Bill 5419, this was adopted in the fall of 2019 by the County Council, and this legislation passed unanimously. Every council member voted for this bill. There was not a whiff of opposition from internet bloggers. There was no testimony of opposition to this bill. It just passed right through the council. And I want you to look at the specificity of the language in this bill. Setbacks for any non-commercial building where the lot area is greater than 4 acres, the property boundary is within 1 mile of a public school that is over 105% state-rated capacity and is in or within 1,000 feet of a Tier 2 growth area shall be twice the distance as listed in this table. In other words, the bill the County Council passed in 2019 used setbacks that affected a development in the pipeline. So don't pretend that this, what we're considering here today, which may alter the trajectory of a project, is something foreign to the County Council. Now, there are 2 members of the council who were not on this body in 2019, but 5 of us were, and it passed unanimously. So there is precedent for the County Council adopting a bill that, yes, impacts the trajectory of a development. But it's not just us acting to maybe stop a development or slow down a development. This council and preceding county councils have helped businesses in many, many ways. Again, not operating in a vacuum. We have passed multiple bills since 2022 that have affected specific developments and helped developments, including revising the commercial revitalization districts so that projects can better be helped by county regulations, including, carving out, I don't want to say exceptions, but making different provisions in the code that may help a project along the process. And these are all legal, but we've done it. This county council and preceding councils have done it. So if you hear today about us adopting a bill that affects the trajectory of a certain project, that's not news. We have done it historically. The council has stopped projects, they've slowed them down, and yes, they've given a helping hand to projects along the pipeline. That's all I want to say about this bill, because I think we've had a lot of testimony on it. You're going to hear from people in the community who are asking for our help and who want the county to be a lot more rigorous in setting distance requirements for these facilities. Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Thank you, Councilman Marks. Ms. Belcastro, I think we have several speakers on 1825. You want to start the roll?
Certainly. Our first speaker is Kalindi Hooper, who is here in person.
Ms. Hooper, welcome.
Cut it down. I'm going to give you a little map here, and hopefully the picture will speak. Okay, well, I get a copy for you too. Sorry. Okay, thank you for letting me speak today to support 1825. I'd like to talk a little bit about the fact that I know everybody's very hesitant to stop this project. Mr. Prasad purchased the land in 2022, right before the time of year that perk tests are allowed. The land had been on the market for 3 years, and he purchased at a large reduction from the original asking price. Originally, he told the Civic Association that he purchased the land to build a home. In February, at the community meeting, we asked him if he purchased with the intent to build solar. He told the neighborhood he did not, and then he purchased it without anything specific in mind. He said that he had not considered solar until after the tax breaks were put into place in 2023. A solar farm, while technically a legal option when he came up with the idea, was never a guaranteed project. The fact that a special exemption to this zoning is required in the first place should prove that. There are studies, hearings, all of this needs to take place in order for this to be built that have not happened yet. The simple fact is he is The simple fact that he is going to destroy 14 acres of wooded land teeming with wildlife to install his supposed environmentally friendly project should give any zoning judge pause. I urge the council to reread the CEQ recommendations from 2016. They were very clear that we should be minimally impacting the land and avoiding cutting of trees if we're to gain the best outcome for these projects on our environment. It is your job to create and fine-tune the laws for the good of the voters in this county. While I understand you are hesitant to stop something in motion, this project is clearly at the beginning stages and it was never guaranteed success. If we believe Mr. Prasad has told us so far, it was never his intent to build solar and it just became a solution to make money on land he purchased without a perk test. Simply stated, he made a bad investment. This neighborhood should not be destroyed for bad decisions that we didn't make. Baltimore County still has 48 allowable, maybe 68, I don't know how the permits are going to work, across the district that will need to be approved in the coming years. The tax breaks that are now in place that weren't when the original regulations were created are going to ensure that this was going to be a problem as developers are looking for a quick profit. To put those numbers another way, at an average of 13 acres per 2 megawatt project, that could be 624 or 884 acres of woods clear cut if we let this case be precedent. Sorry, that's as short as I can make it. Can I give you maps so you can actually see?
Sure.
Thank you.
You said 1,884 acres of,
No, 884 if it's 60. So when you expand the zoning to 9 districts, then that leaves 884 acres more decisions that's going to have to be made as you guys move forward.
well, Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, yes, Councilman Ketch.
Yeah, just comment on this. I thank you very much for your testimony. And I think the council also needs to consider the fact that the 10 per legislative district, it's never been defined as to which legislative districts we're talking about. For example, the Hanover Road area was in my district, and my district is maxed out. Now it's not in my district, it's in the 4th district, so it automatically becomes eligible again for solar production. So now we're expanding to 9 districts, and the lines will again change, which will probably give us more property for solar production. So again, please, these companies in Baltimore County, please put an emphasis on roofs of buildings, parking lots, etc., and away from agriculture. Thank you.
I had one question. Yes. You said that the property was listed for 3 years?
It was listed
before it was bought?
for sale. Yes.
And that it was part of an estate, I think, was originally talked about? It was
So, I mean, my husband can speak more to, it was sold from my husband's family a long time ago. And the gentleman who bought it built what he could where the land perked. And then he had been sitting on the land for a very long time because it doesn't perk. He runs perk tests every once in a while. And I'm sure I don't have to, my house is the one in the yellow in the middle. And I'm sure my emotional testimony last time probably solidifies that.
Okay. Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Certainly, our next speaker is Theo Legador. I know I probably pronounced that wrong again, but he's back for Bill 1825.
Welcome again.
Thank you, Council Chair and Councilman. My name is Theo Legarder. I'll be brief on this one. Gunpowder Riverkeeper and its supporters do support Bill 1825, proposed by Councilman David Marks and co-sponsored by Councilman Koch. And I just wanted to get back to impervious surface. Panels are impervious. The space between the panels are pervious, right? So my comment on the earlier bill really relates that all of this is cumulative. And if we're thinking in terms of the water resources that, let's, by lack of a better phrase, trust the tap, for folks that are inside the Erdel, they're trusting that water is coming through the reservoir system, surface waters of the Gunpowder, and then back up to the county. But for folks that are still relying on well and septic, in northern Baltimore County, as Gunpowder Riverkeeper, I cover about 450 square miles of landed area, and there are 217 miles of tributaries that flow into the Gunpowder. So no matter how small the waterway is, whether it's a seep, a spring, a wetland, this time of year a vernal pool, all of these impacts are cognizable. And I think that Councilman Marks' bill really does point to this idea of aggregating these facilities and the thought that if they are aggregated, the impacts could be worsened, not lessened. So I'd like to see certainly the council consider this bill as protective of those water resources and certainly protective of community interest. Thank you.
Councilman Marks.
Thank you. And just because we've been talking about Peffers Road, how would you estimate, as the crow flies, the distance between this conglomeration of solar farms and the Little Gunpowder River? What would you estimate?
Well, it's really hemmed in. That facility is juxtaposed directly between the Gunpowder drainage and Little Gunpowder. If we're using a zoning nexus, this 1,000 feet, really that's your standing if you're going to appeal a zoning decision, right? If you're outside of 1,000 feet, you don't have standing to do it. But I think that the fact that they're co-located along the utility line might make sense from the standpoint of ease of transmission of the power. But as Councilman Koch has mentioned, there's no rationale behind having more lines coming through, these areas. So the photos that I've seen of that subject property do clearly show a vernal pool. As the last speaker suggested, it is heavily forested. Adult tree, 40 inches in diameter, is going to capture about 40 gallons of rainwater in a 1-inch storm event. If the trees aren't there, that water's moving downhill rather quickly, even with controls. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Eric Rockel, who is here in person.
Is he chair? Mr. Rockel. Are you chair of the Redistricting Commission?
Good evening, Chairman Ertel, members of the council. I
not
come
gonna
here
answer that.
tonight in support of Bill 1825, and this really got on my radar when I read an online commentary. And the commentator likes to pontificate as if he were Thomas Jefferson or Jacques Rousseau, where in fact he's none of that. And his logic, he writes frequently, his logic is usually flawed. In this case, his two big underlying theses that were flawed were, number one, the council shouldn't help a community within its district when there is a need and a problem and resolve it through legislation. Number two, the second flaw was that a law can be passed, in this case 6 or 7 years ago, and you can't improve upon that law in the present when new facts and new situations come to light. That's what this Bill 1825 does. It sees that there's a problem with concentration of these solar facilities within a relatively small area, and it sets a standard for setbacks or distances between facilities. So I would encourage the council to support and vote in favor of this legislation.
Councilman Ketch and then Councilman Marks. Or, I'm sorry, not Ketch, Patoka, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to call you Chairman Raquel because you're chairman of the Redistricting Commission. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I have this thesis, Eric, that one of the easiest things in the world to do is live in the virtual world and then opine in the abstract. And I think that's just what you described that you read that motivated you to come to speak to us today. And I think sometimes we have to resist that really easy path and live in the real world and opine in the reality of this world. Thank you, Mr. Rocco.
I agree wholeheartedly, Councilman.
Councilman Marks.
I'm just going to name him, David Plymire.
A frequent nemesis of mine with relative to events in other parts of the county as well.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Marie Laporte, who is here in person.
In the abstract. You should put that on quotes.com. Live in the real world, opine in the abstract.
My name is Marie Laporte. I'm speaking as a Reisterstown resident for information only. Solar installations can be very helpful to defraying growing energy costs for homeowners, businesses, and farmers. It's also understandable that in some cases they may be sited in inappropriate settings and drive the need to create guardrails. But I have concerns about this particular bill, strictly limiting solar installations to 1,000 feet apart. With this limitation, a business located 1,000 feet from another existing solar site would be prohibited from installing a similar solar installation. For example, White Marsh Mall might not be able to install solar over their rooftop and vast parking area because IKEA has done the same and is located within 1,000 feet. The same issue could arise if one apartment complex installed them to reduce utility costs and provide shade for residents and would limit other nearby businesses and apartments. Even in agricultural settings, it could pit one farm neighbor against another if one has already installed solar, thus limiting the neighbor's ability to do the same. Last year was a particularly difficult year for farmers who faced extreme heat and droughts. Solar installations can provide much needed steady income for farmers. That said, some solar siting has the potential to overburden some communities, and the council should address those reasonable complaints. In a situation in Kingsville, a third nearby solar installation is being proposed on 15 acres of wooded wetlands and streams. First, it makes no sense to remove carbon-absorbing forest. Second, these riparian woods are absorbing thousands of gallons of water per acre when it rains. The loss of these woods could result in flood damage to residents. We're already seeing issues from storms. Montgomery County zoning would not permit forest removal for these solar fields, and the rule would be a common sense limitation in this county too. I suggest narrowing the zoning at a minimum in this bill that would say that it would only apply in certain areas, and instead of saying shall to may, it would allow judgment calls on where additional solar installations are reasonable and where they are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laporte. Councilman Marks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lepore. Your earlier email to me was very instructive. And I've actually asked for Mr. Boswick and Mr. Phillips to draft a potential amendment. Would either of you like to comment on that? Or I could certainly summarize it. It would address a lot of your points, I think. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to surprise you. I can speak.
No, that's fine. I just didn't know if I should go
That's all right.
or stay.
That's fine. Yeah, sure.
Roadmap, Councilman Marks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the intent of the amendment we're discussing would limit the bill to RC zones, which I think is what we're interested in. I think you have a valid point. I mean, shopping centers and, you know, industrial, commercial uses, that's not what we're really concerned about. We're concerned about residences. So we're looking at the RC zones, and we're looking also at distances from homes. That's what we're looking at.
That would be helpful, because again, you know, in some situations, there could be two agricultural areas where farmer A has installed solar, and then farmer B would be prohibited from doing that. But the real issue here is the proximity to homes, and in the case of the residents of Kingsville, encircling a home with solar panels is nobody's intention, or should not be anybody's intention, I should say that. It really does seem unreasonable in that particular situation, particularly because it would take down 15 acres of forest, and these people already have a great deal of water. As Theo Lagardeur already noted, this is wetland area. It's a very important area to absorb those storm waters and to help refresh the aquifer. There are many different important environmental things, and it helps to reduce the flooding from these homeowners. Removing that woods would really be catastrophic potentially for them.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Patoka.
Ms. Lepore, I just want to take a moment to thank you for what you do. You do great work for not only what happens here in Baltimore County, but also in the region and the planet. Thank you. Okay. Understood. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julie Young, who is here in person.
Nice to see you again.
Hi, Ms. Young. How are you?
I'm good. Okay, so I hope that the Baltimore County Council will support Bill 1825. As you know, the solar fields are literally going to surround all of us on Pfeffers Road. There's more to come without this bill. However you amend it, it's fine with me. For me, it boils down to three things. One is basic human decency. The community on Pfeffers has been very united and vocal that we don't want this solar field. The decent thing to do is pack up and move on, sunk costs and all. The golden rule applies here. Do unto others as you would do you want done to you. Don't force your destructive investment plans down the throats of an unwilling community. 2, environmental stewardship. Don't hide behind green energy solution propaganda when we know that this planned solar field will rip out 14 to 15 acres of natural wooded forest. The loss of this forest will cause irreparable harm and erosion to the stream flowing through it, as the clay base of the forest simply will not soak up any water without the existing root structures. And the subsequent fencing of the 14 acres will severely impede the woodland creatures that live there. It's insulting to try to spin it as a green project. Greed, plain and simple. This is nothing more than a business venture to line the pockets of the owner, Mr. Prasad. He is not building a home. He is intending to bring a full-scale logging assault on Pfeffers Road residents, for which he cares not one bit about. If he did, he would personally have knocked on our doors a couple years ago to inform us of his plans for his wooded parcel. He undoubtedly knows where we all live. He wanted to try to sneak this through with as little notice to the residents as possible. Going to the Greater Kingsville Civic Association does not count one bit when not one of us were there. No excuses. He's willing to sell us all out, humans and wildlife alike, to turn a profit for himself. That's pure greed. So I know there's perception that Kingsville is all Republicans. Not true. I'm a Democrat. Vote in every election since I was 18. And I looked up the records, and we're one of the biggest precincts in the county. We have 2,300 Republicans and 1,000 Democrats or more. I know some of you are looking for higher offices. That's great. I think you'll all be good candidates. But I want you to know that myself and my neighbors, Republicans and Democrats alike, are watching this and see what happens, okay? A forested 14 acres is not an appropriate location for this solar field. We want to know that you guys are looking out for us, the tax-paying voting citizens, and not just investments or investment people that are trying to shove businesses. We're not opposed to business, but businesses that make sense. And by the way, our property taxes went up substantially. Mine just raised $1,500. So I don't know, maybe I'd get a break if my property tax assessment goes down because the value is now sunk. I don't know. I'd also like to note that I extended a personal invitation to David Plymeyer. Yeah, I wanted him to come out and I was going to show him the field or the woods that the solar farm will take out. And he never responded. A true investigative journalist would want to explore both sides of the issue, I think, and also the scene of the crime. It appears he's more interested in trying to smear people's reputations and battling citizens who don't agree with him. It's suspect, and it makes me wonder if he is not a business partner to Mr. Prasad because he seems particularly interested for the solar farm on Pfeffers to go live. So that's my testimony. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Katz.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry you're a Democrat, but oh well. I'm only kidding. All seriousness, our county has an increasing flooding problem, and we hear that it's climate change. Well, let me just tell you, it's simply not that simple. When you take a look at all the developments that have occurred in Baltimore County over the years, and the fact that the stormwater management plan that's in effect for many years was really outdated, I know that this increased development has added to our flooding problem. And let's look at these solar projects. They are developments. They are developments.
And for 40 years.
And so, and then the other thing I want to say is that if anyone hasn't had the opportunity, they need to take a look at situations where homes on 3 sides are surrounded by solar facilities. There's no doubt that the value of those homes is down. No doubt whatsoever. I was talking to a friend who was looking for a new home, and they said they went to drive up to see the new home, and right next to it was a solar facility. They turned around. They didn't even look at the home. So, these are all things that we need to take a close look at, and as we have more knowledge. So I want to thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome. It all comes down to the golden rule. It always does. Back to kindergarten.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Amy Ginger, who is here in person.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Good.
I know this isn't going to stand up, and I'm not as good as Kalindi, so I'm not going to be able to do both. But it gives a blown-up version of the proposed solar field. So on behalf of the Greater Kingsville Civic Association, I am here to express our support of Bill 1825 regarding the solar field legislation. The mission of the Greater Kingsville Association is to preserve and protect the historic and rural landscape of Kingsville. As previously mentioned to this council, Kingsville is currently under attack by established and proposed solar fields with six solar fields established or proposed within 1 mile, less than 1 mile of each other, as Councilman Marks mentioned. The current proposed solar field on Pfeffer Road in Kingsville will be across the street from an established solar field, which is already approved to double in size, ultimately drowning the neighborhood in unsightly panels. Mr. Persaud's proposal which is still pending zoning exceptions and other required approvals before moving forward, will destroy over 20 acres of land with well-established trees over 70 feet tall. This solar field will not only ruin the landscape of this neighborhood, but it will also displace wildlife, potentially pollute the stream which runs through the property, and create what only can be considered a solar prison for the Hooper family, whose home will be surrounded on 3 sides by Mr. Prasard's solar business. The association believes that Mr. Prasad misrepresented himself, his development plan, and the impact to the community when he met with the Greater Kingsville Civic Association in early 2024. Throughout 2024, Mr. Prasad did not reply to several requests from the Civic Association for a follow-up meeting. It was not until the zoning meeting was scheduled that Mr. Prasad finally answered our request to provide an update on the project and address our concerns. Lastly, as Councilman Marks mentioned, a precedent has been set for this circumstance. Bill 5419, introduced by Councilman Julian Jones, the council approved this bill, which amended building regulations and lot area after a developer had a proposal in the pipeline. Bill 1825 is requesting the same respect for the landscape and community in Kingsville that was afforded to Councilman Jones' district and bill. As stated, the Greater Kingsville Civic Association and its over 200 members are imploring the council to vote in favor of Bill 1825 proposed by Councilman Marks. On a personal note, since we've been on the topic of Mr. Plymire, it is one thing to criticize a bill that has been presented, another to act like an elite snob whose condescending attitude demeans the Kingsville community. We are proud to have David Marks and thank him for his support and service to our community.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for your testimony, and thank Councilman Marks for bringing up the bill 5419. I've been sitting here thinking about it. I was going to let it go, but I think it's so important that we put some background on 5419. 5419 dealt with affordable housing unit. At some point in Baltimore County history, we decided that we would have 2 affordable housing units per district. I had my 2, possibly 3, and I told the developer at the very beginning when we first had a conversation, no. The developer persisted. And I said no. And he kept on persisting. And then at some point, we introduced legislation. And when confronted, he said, I know you support affordable housing, so I didn't think you would do anything about it. So it's a little difference between that bill and where we are today. Not to say one thing or the other, but the point is, it's a total different circumstance. And I don't think it's fair that you would somehow bring that up. If you wanted to bring up a bill to talk about limiting development, perhaps you should have brought up Red Maple or one of the other bills that you use. But you chose to pull up something I did, which I was going to let go until someone brought up my name. So I feel compelled to explain the whole story. So that's the story. From the very beginning, I said no, and repeatedly said no until such a time that something had to happen. So, and the reason you have to say no is because it just so happens that when we talk about affordable housing and Section 8 vouchers, there's 2 districts up here that has the majority, if not all of it, District 7 and District 4. 49% or 51% to 51%, one or the other. One of us have 49, the other has 51. So the idea was to make sure that these units are dispersed throughout Baltimore County as opposed to have it all in one district. That was the idea behind the 2 per district in the first place. And if I were to allow more and more to continue, we would end up with none at other places. Baltimore County is under consent decree with the federal government to provide so many affordable housing units in Baltimore County. So that's where it all came from. So if we're going to bring it up, then we might as well bring up all of it, the facts. Thank you.
Can I respond?
Absolutely.
Red Maple, yeah, there were 3 council members who tried to pass a bill to stop that project. Councilman Patoka, myself, and Councilman Crandall, and we were overruled. And it was a mistake then, and I still think it's a mistake now. All I've ever asked for is that dreaded councilmanic courtesy, which I think is really important because the council members, each of us is elected by voters to whom we are responsive to. But Councilman Jones, I gave you councilmanic courtesy. I supported your bill. Every one of the council members supported it. And your logic then, which you've just articulated, is density. There were too many of these proposals in your development. I ask for the same respect here.
Well, thank you, Councilman Marks. To be fair, I'm not going to keep score because I think I probably voted for more of your bills than you voted for mine, but that's okay. We're not going to keep score. I've been here for 10 years. You've been here for going on 16 years. So we both have a tremendous voting history behind ourselves, between one another. So I'm not going to try to make a big deal out of one bill, but you brought the bill up. Thank you.
And to be fair, Councilman, you've helped on things. The Lafarge project, you helped on that. And you've helped on a lot of bills. There's a lot of bills where you and I have been, I think, sponsors, where we've collaborated, and I've appreciated that. And I appreciate your friendship and support. We just don't see eye to eye, I guess, on other issues. So.
Well, clearly, you know, I don't see eye to eye on everything with everyone, starting with my wife and my mother, and can't think of more people more important than that. And in no way have I indicated any way where I stand on this bill. But you're right, we don't see eye to eye on everything.
Councilman Jones, I see eye to eye with my wife because she's always right.
We call that hen peck.
Okay, we're gonna move on now. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Scott Parsons, on virtually. They're on 2 devices.
That doesn't.
Are you hitting the balls?
Yes, I will.
Maybe we should move on to the next one.
I can try one more time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Parsons, you there?
Mr. Parsons?
Hello, how are you?
Yes, you may begin your testimony.
Yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and agree with my neighbors here that we wanted to make sure that our community still has everything we need there, and the farms have affected quite a few things there for aesthetically as well as agriculture, and I just wanted to thank you guys for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Jerry Withers, who is here in person.
Mr. Withers.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Good evening, council members.
I have a brother named Bill, do you?
Bill Withers, musician.
Not the singer.
Not the same.
Basically, I'm here to testify in the passage of Bill 1825 that David Marks has skillfully crafted for Baltimore County, which would prohibit a solar facility within 1,000 feet of a property on which an existing solar facility is located. Also, there should be appropriate buffers to reduce the visual impact of solar facilities. A prime example where there are inadequate buffers is the Baltimore Gas and Electric Solar Farm located on Route 7 and Raphael Road. More buffers are needed there. basically thank you for letting me testify tonight.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Next speaker is Catherine Fanning, who is here in person.
She's your girl. I'm boring. Keep boring. Ms. Fanning, how are you?
Thank you. I don't usually pull this out, but I'm going to speak to you as Professor Fanning. I don't usually go there, but I teach history, and one of the things I specialize in is agricultural history. So, a new topic. I would like to really bring up something I think is vitally important in considering these solar farms, and that's something we might want to refer to as resource security. In an increasingly competitive world, and in fact, in an increasingly competitive United States, we might want to think about resource security in terms of being able to be as autonomous in Baltimore County, as even inside of Maryland, as we can possibly be. And using up our farmland is really heading in the wrong direction in terms of resource autonomy. So innovation in the solar technology field is advancing so rapidly that I really want to put out this caution that we not overinvest early in what is really early stage technology. And Europe is, as they do in many of these kind of areas, doing a much better job of really researching what solar technology, how it can be balanced with other needs, how it can be balanced with business, with residential, with wildlife. And, you know, we've mentioned agrivoltaics, and also I won't go into all of those, but that is where we need to put our focus. We really need to put the brakes on this early, I'm going to use the word grab at solar farms, and what that really means in terms of we're a small state. And if we overinvest early in this kind of technology, we will push ourselves out of the ability to have more sophisticated, more competitive technology, more technology that gets us more bang for the buck, right? Instead of giving up our farmland for what is really early stage technology. I hope you'll indulge me here because I'm really, the other thing I want to go down to is what is the definition of a farm? And in the modern world, to really call yourself a farmer and not just a landowner, and I can speak as a farm owner who speaks for 5 generations, 2 before me and 2 after. And we're in Land Preservation Trust. And, you know, agricultural ground rent more than pays our taxes. And so I really have, I really have some skepticism about saying that a farmer needs it to stay on the land. I can stay on the land. It's my big backyard. I call myself an impoverished land heiress. You know, it's not about farming on that land. It's about wanting to monetize it. I'm just going to be frank about it. And, you know, and we live with a lot of rules in rural communities. I'd like to be able to have all my grandchildren live on that farm, but Baltimore County won't let me. And I just want other Baltimore County residents to have to live by those rules too, and not break those rules when it's to their convenience while I have to go on living with them. I got 7 grandchildren. I'm not getting all of them on the farm, you know. So that's it. And we have to decide to keep that farm and ways to keep it. And that means I've had to have hard talks with my grandchildren and my children about the farm has to be more important than whether we're going to monetize it. And that's what real farming commitment means. That's what real commitment to your farm means. It doesn't mean figuring out how you can monetize that farm and you know, and score of retirement. It's not, you know, it's not going to be easy. My parents didn't do it, and I'm not going to do it either. So a real farmer would have to be farming 2,500 acres. And so that really, the amount of people that can call themselves truly a farmer in Baltimore County, we can count them on our hands. And it's not the people who are coming to us and wanting to monetize agricultural property.
You know, I can answer you more questions about that. And I'd also like to add that a lot of universities in the UK would be glad to share this kind of research that they've done. I've been to a number of their sites in the last couple of months about how agrivoltaics can really work with wildlife. And I'd be glad to send you guys any links on that. Hey, listen, I'm just going to say my Ertl piece while I'm here. And that's just to say, as a member of the boring community, I want you to know that the Ertl is a critical tool for everyone in terms of being able to really stand up against zoning exceptions, especially egregious ones. And moving the Ertl is not in anyone's best interest, and especially not when so much of the burden of fighting that kind of development really is pushed onto the community. We have to have that tool. There's a line, you know, there isn't an unlimited line at which we can continue to have development and push and push and push and push and really still have the balance that we need to be autonomous, sustainable, and resource secure. That line has to be drawn somewhere. And I think we should stick to it and mean it, because endless exceptions are really going to be our demise. So that's anybody who wants me to ever speak any more about agricultural, the agricultural impact of this, I'm here and I'm glad to do it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Professor Fanning. Councilman Ketch.
Yeah, Ms. Fanning, have you seen in Europe where they're using, they're paving roads with solar panels to generate energy?
I haven't seen roads. I have seen fencing beside highways. I mean, what an opportunity that is to replace some of their kind of aged out panels on the side of the road, concrete panels that could also have solar panels. I have seen that. I've also seen some floating solar farms, which also reduces the temperature of water. And, you know, they can be moved around when the water is to shallow areas where we need, for instance, to cool the water over oyster beds and things. So there's all this kind of option coming, and this kind of just using up farmland is really primitive technology, and we should not be grabbing onto it and using so much of it now, especially not in a small state, in a small county.
Well, let me just say that there's a couple of towns that are getting their energy from the roads being paved with solar panels. So you're absolutely right, and I thank you very much.
I have seen sidewalks, and you know, this is the kind of change we should make to building code, is that you can't build something new unless it's going to provide its own solar power. And new developments should have solar roofing as part of that development, you know, factored in at the beginning, not later in a field beside it. And, you know, we're trying to play catch up, but we shouldn't play catch up by destroying farmland or forest land, because that is, you know, I guess my daughter didn't want me to say this, but I will. Putting solar power on agricultural land is like cutting your hair in order to afford a trip to the barber. And, you know, that's how we should think of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, Ms. Milken.
Our next speaker is Douglas Hooper, who is here in person.
Mr. Hooper.
A little emotional. All right, so I'm going to use the same picture that my wife used earlier. This red is Mr. Prasad's proposed solar. This little yellow dot is my home. And the first thing I'd like to ask, not you, but Mr. Prasad, how long have you been a farmer?
Farmer?
What kind of tractor do you use? So when you guys are saying that we're saving small farmers from going bankrupt, that's disingenuous. This field here is not owned by a farmer. This proposed field here is not owned by a farmer. My point is that you're You're using saving farmers from bankruptcy as a means to push solar in our area. And that's not the case. Mr. Prasad is not a farmer. The person who owns this property is not a farmer. So I don't understand where we're getting this, that these farmers need all this protection. And I testified at the State House about a month ago, and every single farmer who testified that day testified against this kind of thing. None of them came up and said, hey, I need you to protect my rights because I need to put solar in order to make my farm work. That's not happening. It's an argument that's just a red herring. It's false. That's pretty much all I had to say.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So first of all, thank you for testifying. And just to be very clear, the example of what I was talking about earlier had nothing to do with your project that surrounds your house or calling him a farmer. The comments I made earlier was what happened 7 or 8 years ago when we were first introducing or looking at solar legislation, and we had, in fact, farmers come here and say the things that I said. So don't take it personal that it was somehow a ruse to support his project. It was.
Sir, I have to take it personal. I have to take it personal. This picture is why I have to take it personal.
But it had nothing to do with you, sir.
I understand.
It had nothing to do with this project. It was talking about history that 8 years ago or whatever time it was, when we first decided to come up with solar legislation, we had people come here, we had farmers come here and talk about why they wanted to have this right. Had nothing to do with today, and that was in the context of Councilman Ketch trying to prohibit people from putting solar panels on prime and productive soils. I don't think that that land there is a prime and productive soil because, as I understand it, it's sort of like a wetland and it doesn't perk and all of those things. So the point I'm making was it was no reflection on you or this. It was about prime and productive soils, which is farmland.
And that's fine. But I'm saying, and you need to understand, what is occurring in Maryland, it's not the farmers that are doing this. It's not the farmers who need it. It is businessmen. I've been in the solar industry for 15 years.
Really?
Yes. Yes. And some of the installations that Councilman Patoka spoke of out in California, I probably had a lot to do with those. We put them in parking lots. We put them in playgrounds so that the children had shade to play under. There's plenty of better ways to do solar. And for the gentleman who said the jobs, talks about the jobs, well, yes, jobs are created through solar initially, and short-term jobs are created through solar. Then for the next 30 years, you know what you have? A guy going out there once or twice a year to mow. And so all that productivity that could have been a farm or what, and could have produced food and jobs, well, the jobs aren't there. Solar fields do not produce jobs. When have you driven past a solar field that's constructed and seen a bunch of guys working? You don't, because solar fields just run independently. There are no jobs created after the initial burst of jobs, which, again, the numbers that were quoted earlier are way higher than I've seen on a solar field. But
to everyone's defense here, too, we had, unfortunately tonight, we had two bills. We had the 2125, which was talking about which is a different bill, that
Yeah.
was more farm oriented, and then 18 is more of a, it's not really related.
No, I know, but the same argument was used the
No,
last time I
I
was
get
in
it.
here
I just
specifically
wanted
about
to
this.
clarify that
Yeah.
we're, it might, some people in the audience might be confused because we're talking about, different things, but it's all talking about solar right now. So,
Understood.
yep. So, any other questions for Mr. Hooper?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Belcastro?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Gretchen Sisk, who is on virtually. Ms. Sisk, you may begin your testimony.
Sisk.
Ms. Sisk? Ms. Sisk? There's no reply. I mean, she's online and I unmuted her, but there's no response from her. Sure. Our next speaker is Mary Schmid, who is here in person.
I originally intended to speak in pretty general terms. No residential community deserves to be targeted by developers of solar farms. They're an industrial use. They don't belong in residential neighborhoods. They're unsightly. Current setbacks, required plantings, which are very minimal, don't diminish their impact on surrounding houses. All of us here today will be very old by the time they do anything at all. In particular with some Pfeffers Road, it's a residential street about a half-mile long, maybe not quite a half-mile. There's 23 houses on it, so it is residential. This is not some little farm road out in the middle of nowhere. This is a residential street in a residential community. Councilman Young stated solar farms are predominantly located near substations. That is true. But are those communities that are near substations expected to bear the whole brunt of solar farms in a district? We live in these, we pay taxes, we vote, and we deserve consideration that when you stack all these solar farms, I mean, there's just, and there's other empty lots in Kingsville that I worry they're going to go too, because people are going to see, oh, well, we have septic issues, so maybe we're not going to do houses. We'll just rake in money on, monthly or however they do it from a solar farm. That's pretty much it. Oh, the flooding. They're going to clear cut this ground. Our properties, all the surrounding properties, currently get flooded from when it rains, just like last night. It runs off and it runs into our yards, and they're wet for a week. Our neighbor, it runs across and fills their swimming pool. So, it's just not a good area. And to cut down all these woods, I just can't even, that's beyond anything I can cut down woods so you. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Bruce Morgan, who is on virtually. Okay, I sent her a chat and she did not reply. So let's call Mr. Morgan. Oh, now she just replied. Let me call Mr. Morgan and then we'll go back to Ms. Yep.
I'm here.
Yes, sir.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. You may begin your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Current regulations assure that the commercial solar projects are limited in size. The clustering of such projects defeats that protection that the size restriction otherwise controls. The clustering of existing permitted and proposed solar projects, as we are seeing in the Pfeffers Road Dow Lane neighborhood, should be considered inconsistent with the intention of the size limitation restrictions. The Pfeffers Road Dow Lane neighborhood is a bedroom community, 2 quiet streets lined with Kingsville-style homes and a woods full of wildlife. Thus, the reason folks live there. These folks are already having to tolerate one commercial solar facility, which is completely incompatible with the aesthetics of their community. Any further solar commercial facilities installed in this small, compact area will severely alter that neighborhood, causing an unfair and undeserved change to their community, loss of property values, and the surrounding of their homes with a sea of commercial glass. Also consider that the proposed site is heavily wooded, and such a project will require clear cutting of this dense woods with obvious negative environmental consequences. Until you actually go there and look at the location, you don't realize how incompatible these projects are to their neighborhood. Kingsville is not a farming community with wide, deep swaths of open farmland where a commercial solar facility could be situated and not have any adverse effect on multiple homeowners. Rather, they are a residential bedroom community where clustering of these types of facilities are antithetical to the neighborhood's intended nature and design, and on top of that, bring nothing positive to their community. The current property owner has lamented that a solar farm is the only possible use for this land. He could have considered a study period before closing on the property to gauge the community's reception to the project, and if the favorable exception to the current zoning would be acquired, or has been stated the intent was to build a home requiring a septic, which would require approved perk and normally been a sales agreement contingent item. These items could have been resolved prior to his purchase, possibly causing a termination of that purchase rather than now becoming a burden on the neighbors. I'm asking the council to vote yes on 1825. Thank you.
Speaker is Gretchen Sisk. Ms. Sisk, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for getting me in. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Gretchen Sisk, and I'm testifying in favor of Bill 1825 and also 1925. I would like to say that as a county, we need to be smarter. I have watched numerous solar fields go up in my area, and solar farms are a bit like a wolf in sheep's clothing. On the surface, they seem very positive, a form of green energy, a way for, quote, farmers to make money. But if that comes at the expense of green space and farmland, is that really a net positive? Or is it like cutting off your nose to spite your face? Referring to an earlier question about why this bill is needed, regulations often take time to catch up to new technologies. Think cars and seatbelts, or cars and speed limits. We need some speed limits on solar because it is certainly accelerating in my small town. We need smart solar, not easy money, ugly solar. Future generations will not thank us if we pave our farmland with solar panels. They will shake their heads. I agree with Councilman Patoka's remarks about placement. And I would like to say that this strikes me as greed, not green. Moving on very quickly to 1925, I strongly support the maintenance and protection of the Erdl. It is tempting to disregard it in favor of affordable housing or economic development, but will it matter if we build new housing if the surrounding water supply is threatened? As a resident, I challenge the county council to make the hard decisions, to think outside of the box and meet our county's needs, such as affordable housing, without eroding the character and beauty of Baltimore County. There are already numerous variances that regularly pierce the Erdl. If we move the mark, it will be like robbing Peter to pay Paul. The last thing I want to say is that my mother always had a sign on our refrigerator that read, "What is popular is not always right, and what is right is not always popular." Please make the right choices, even if they may not seem popular with current voters. You need to legislate for the future. Thank you.
I'm assuming I have the right person because they only have their first name registered. The next speaker is Catherine Narebecki.
Last name.
I'm sorry.
Good job on the pronunciation of the last name.
Thank you. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you all for your time. I know that we've all been here for a long time already, so I just wanted to speak briefly to say that I support Bill 1825. I believe it's unfair to saturate residential communities with solar fields. It's been discussed that this bill is targeted at a specific property owner, and has also been discussed and stated that the reason that this process exists and bills like this are created is because people see a problem that needs to be addressed. Current legislation needs to be added or changed to prevent the oversaturation of residential areas with these solar fields. If it wasn't this project that triggered it, I'm sure there would have been another one soon, because Kingsville and other residential areas like ours have become a target area for these projects. This bill was introduced to try to address that. This specific project that we are discussing would have wide-reaching environmental consequences, starting with wildlife losing their homes, additional flooding in the neighborhood due to the removal of 13 acres of forested area, and that will quickly wash into the Gunpowder Rivers that run very near to our homes. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Gail Blum, who is on.
Gail, it's you. Gail, it's you. Get over there.
Come on, Gail.
Okay.
Ms. Blum?
Should we move on to the next? And Gail, we'll come back to you. Burning time.
Next, I'll call upon Paul Merritt, who is here in person.
Mr. Merritt was here before, but he's going to speak about
Just
this.
in case Ms. Blum is on and
Mr.
listening.
Merritt, welcome back.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for having me back. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right. For the record, I'm Paul Merritt, president of the Hanover Road Association. Our association's membership is spread over 18 square miles and is composed of over 250 members. I appear here before you today to represent them in support of Bill 1825. It will be very hard to find a member in our community that would not support this bill. And as far as I can tell, even our members that have developed solar projects would not want them next to their homes as well. Bill 1825 has come along at the right time to correct a shortcoming of the original solar regulation. Article 4F completely failed to protect any rights of the collective zoning that existed in RC2 at its time of implementation. The inconsistency of solar was masked by the representation that it was, as Mr. Jones would appreciate this, just like plant corn, because that's how they kind of sold it, and not the industrial application that is the reality of it. Preventing the concentration of solar sites in our area would get us closer to the basics of good zoning and protect the collective interests of our communities. The list of environmental concerns about solar read like the side effects of a prescription drug. So I'll stick to the ones related to high concentrations of solar covering large tracts of land. With chain link fence, panel surface temperatures averaging 36 degrees above air temperatures 4 to 7 degrees higher around the panels, the eradication of burrowing animals, higher temperature water leaving the site after a rain event, and loss of free range of wildlife, an environmental dead zone is created with every site. Concentrating facilities will intensify the environmental harm that extends far beyond the actual solar site. These environmental effects will continue long after the decommission of these sites, 20 to 40 years later. This bill would protect the natural resources of Baltimore County for generations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Merritt? We're going to go back to Gail. Thank
Let's
you,
try
Mr.
Ms.
Merritt.
Blum.
Yes, I spoke earlier. I was one of the first speakers, and I'll just reiterate my support for Bill 1825 and 1925. Being a farmland in Baltimore County, I think it would be horrible to continue to allow these solar facilities. And I just want to add also that I don't think they're solar farms. Farms produce food for people. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blum. Next speaker. Jack.
Our next speaker is Jack Emron, who is here in person.
How are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Thanks for hanging in there.
A few years since I testified before the cause. Unfortunately, I left my good notes at home, so.
You've had plenty of time to sit and think about
I
it, right?
rewrote them. Don't try to read my script though. Although I did learn.
We
how to write
we didn't rush you. We didn't rush you to get you up here. So,
So good evening. So I'm not going to rehash everything, but I am here to support 1825. I'm just going to break it into three quick little things. My first section is the bill itself. I'm speaking on the merits of the bill itself. First of all, a solar array is not a farm. It's a manufacturing area, so it needs to be reconsidered, and there needs to be greater restrictions in the RC districts. Also, the problems that are associated with them, they create heat islands, as you just heard, create runoff issues, as you just heard, and if this were in anything other than an RC area, the HOAs would clearly prevent this from happening. Unfortunately, most of the RC areas do not have HOAs, so it's up to the council to help protect those residents. This bill does not eliminate solar farms, it just helps spread them out. It protects scenic vistas, it protects livestock, it protects everything that's living. In 2013, Baltimore County made a determination that we were going to have 50% tree canopy. Taking down 15 acres of trees, regardless of where it is not going to help protect that 50% of tree canopy. And in fact, we are below the 50%. We're going to have to plant more trees to replace these trees. And it's going to take 20 to 40 years. And I'm not talking specifically of Kingsville, but anywhere that we take down trees to put up a solar area is going to affect that. My second part, the gentleman who owns the property. First of all, he has not been honest with the community, as you've already heard. And I don't have to get into details, but he said he bought the property to build a house. He knew that land was useless when he bought it. There were other options. He could have made the sale contingent. So I really have no sympathy for a guy who now says he has a lot of property, or any other property, as we've heard from Councilman Koch, that's being bought up around the county for pure commercial venture. I also understand that the county council, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've also understood that the county council has had some pressure from city council people. The gentleman who bought this property does not live in Baltimore County, is not represented by the county council person, so he's using his city council people to apply some pressure. Which leads me to my third section, the newspaper article, the smear campaign against one of our councilmen, and also even had a quote from one of our other councilmen. First of all, this is April Fool's Day, right? Does anybody think it's not a joke that our councilmen are here to represent our constituents? I don't feel that Councilman Marks in any way is abusing power. I think Councilman Marks, in all possibilities, is representing his community and his constituents, which he's done for the last 16 years. And he sets a benchmark for all of the rest of you to follow. Now, I don't live in your districts, closer to Mr. Ertel. I don't live in your district, so I would assume and I would hope that you all represent your districts as well and as earnestly as Councilman Marks does. Honestly, I don't know when the guy sleeps. And that's about all I have. Everything else has already been said. I'm not going to take up everybody's time. Do you have any questions?
No. Well covered. Thank you, sir. Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Robert Prasad, who is here in person.
Mr. Prasad, how are you? Do we have questions for? No? Okay. Okay, Ms. Bell. Did you want to speak or did you? I really don't have anything else. Okay. Councilman, did you? Yeah, we might have a couple questions for you.
Good evening. Like I said, I really don't have a whole lot to add. I think you've heard testimony on both sides. I know it's really personal, and I've sat there and listened to the dishonesty argument and misrepresentation, which I'm here. I'm listening to it. And I can tell you I've lived my life honestly and never broken a golden rule. I'm just trying to do something here that is transparent, and it's always been transparent. So as to the technical issue of 1825, I stated the last time the procedure and processes that I followed. You have a right to look at it. I'm sure you're smart and individual and very experienced, and we'll look at it from that perspective and see what's fair and what can be protective of the residents of Kingsville and how I can be protected also. I'm open to options, and that's all I have to say. We can find a million things that's against, and I can go through every last one of them and rebut them, but we don't have the time to do that.
Okay. Councilman Jones?
Yes, I'm just curious. What did you pay for the property?
I paid $355,000.
And how come you didn't put it on contingency?
Well, the intent of the property was to purchase the property. I thought it was a good deal. I thought I could do something with the property besides this farm, which I was open about. And we really couldn't find a proper use for the property because, like they said, it wouldn't perk. We thought we had a different type of system that we could build on the property, but that didn't pan out well at all. It's very, very costly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Unless there's any other questions. All right, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Palmer Moore, who is on virtually. You may begin your testimony.
Mr. Moore, welcome back.
Thanks very much. And I'll just keep this relatively short. I think I wanted to go back to where this all started, which is with Councilman Marks' comment regarding specificity. And, you know, I think clearly listening to the community today, there have been a lot of important nuances to a specific project that is addressed by this bill and the concerns that are raised: tree clearing, proximity to residences, proximity to sensitive watersheds, and so on. And So I would just suggest that, as a member of the solar community, I'm supportive of this bill in an amended form where it addresses a lot of really thoughtful comments that were provided early on in this discussion, where thinking about specific uses, proximity to multiple commercial customers who might want to put solar on their adjacent properties. And just to throw out an example, even at a zoning level, in the RC district, you might have infrastructure that is out in the middle of nowhere, not going to impact a residence directly, but it makes all the sense in the world to try to capitalize on the fact that there's infrastructure available to quote unquote cluster those projects and leverage that infrastructure to be able to deploy solar in a place that's not impacting other people, and that is taking advantage of the electric grid that we have available to us. So I think there's a lot of really thoughtful things that can be applied here to achieve the outcome that everybody is talking about. And just wanted to weigh in with that comment about specificity. And just since it's been brought up a couple of times, I just wanted to respond to Councilman Koch's comments on rooftops and canopies, and just wanted to be clear, as somebody who's been in the industry for decades, it's certainly not for a lack of trying. There are some significant macro forces that I'm sure you can understand that would need to be upended to achieve those goals. It's very hard to go to a warehouse owner, for instance, and convince them to put solar on their roof and lease that roof for decades to come when they're being offered millions of dollars to have it redeveloped into a data center, for instance. So some big challenges there, but certainly a lot of effort being put into place. As was highlighted, California has been a leader on innovative solutions for solar. And just to give a hat tip to some of those solutions that have been brought up today that are very much being deployed right now out there in the US. Agrivoltaics. An example, my company, we have a massive grazing operation that spans a wide swath of the US. And so that's been very successful. Floating solar is here, it's being deployed. Highway barriers being installed with vertical solar panels. It's all happening now. So it's great to see, and just wanted to give a shout out to those things happening here in the US and not just in Europe and elsewhere. And happy to address any questions if anyone has any for a solar industry perspective.
Any questions for Mr. Moore? Thank you, Mr. Moore. It was, next speaker.
Our next registered speaker is John Altmeyer, and he registered to testify virtually, but I cannot find Mr. Altmeyer on our attendee list. So in the meantime, I will go to our next speaker. Oh my goodness, he just disappeared. Hold on. Oh, there he is. Who is Joshua Feldmark, who is testifying virtually. Mr. Feldmark, you may begin your testimony.
He was on about 2125.
Thank you very much. My name is Joshua Feldmark. I am with a company called CI Renewables. We are a Baltimore-based solar company and arguably the largest developer of car canopy solar in the state. I am personally Howard County based, and I was the sustainability director for Howard County government for 12 years before coming to this job. I wanted to take a little bit of a different tack and talk about sort of the logistics of how this stuff happens. I think a lot of you probably know that because of a 1977 law and then confirmed by the Court of Appeals in 2019 in a case called Perennial, that any project 2 megawatts and larger, any solar project 2 megawatts and larger, is pulled out of your authority. You still have some permitting, but it is the Public Service Commission at the state that makes the decision there. And so I would argue a bill like this, a proposal like this, will actually have the impact of taking a project that is below 2 megawatts, and if it's physically possible, we'll get them to build it above 2 megawatts. They will expand the space so that they can build it above 2 megawatts, which will make this law unenforceable. And so if you look at the behavior of the Public Service Commission in the recent years, what they've done is if there are laws that prohibit, like this one, which they had in Montgomery County, which they've had in Carroll County, they get preempted. The Public Service Commission says, we don't care, and they build it anyway. I'm not here to argue if they're right or wrong. I'm just here to say that is what happens. And so rather, if you can develop laws that really focus on things like setbacks and landscaping and that sort of stuff, that is the kind of thing that you will get where you can get the kind of projects that you want. And I will say, as a solar developer, like I said, most of us, certainly the good players, we prefer to work with the local government. Like we at CI Renewables hate it when we have to go to the PSC. We would rather work with you. But when we are told absolutely not, we're often put in a situation where we have to move forward. So I would just say that while I may or may not think that this project, I would never want to cut down clear cut 14 acres for a solar array, that my sustainability staff wouldn't allow it. But that there are other laws that will be better at protecting than this one will be.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions? Do we have any more speakers on 1825?
No. Mr. Altmeyer, I reached out in the chat and he doesn't still seem to be on. I will note that he registered to speak virtually and he is for the bill.
Okay.
Just to note that.
All right, great. All right, well, thank you. We're going to move on to 1625. 1625 is Councilman Marks as well. This is uses permitted in the RC5 zone, Christmas tree farms, and plumbing, mechanical, and utility companies. Councilman Marks?
Thank you very much. I know the night is getting long, but unfortunately, this is another Kingsville-oriented issue. Those of us who serve in public service often have to be problem solvers, and this is a great example of that truth. Bill 1625 allows for certain by right combinations of Christmas tree farms and plumbing, mechanical, and utility uses in an area of Kingsville. Ms. Belcastro, can you put up my slides for 1625? The Andrews family, who you will hear from this evening, acquired a large property from another family with the intention of establishing a Christmas tree farm. And you can see the before slide here, pretty garish, basically a junkyard. Then you can see the property now. Please move to the next one. And the next slide. There you go. This farm has become an iconic part of the Kingsville community, but as we have discussed earlier, and we will hear later today, it is very difficult for many farmers to break even. That is why we have, unfortunately, so many farmers turning to solar companies and more industrial operations on fertile land. I understand there are a few opponents to this legislation. You will hear also from Mr. Andrews, who is the current property owner. I organized a meeting on Wednesday, March 5th, nearly a month ago, to discuss changes to this bill. There have been an extensive amendment that designed to strengthen this bill. But the ultimate goal here is to make sure that the Christmas tree farm and uses like the Christmas tree farm can continue operating in the Kingsville community. I think we had a lot of residents here from Kingsville. I think they would all concede that the tree farm is much better, much better than basically the junkyard that was here for many years. Mr. Boswick, can you share the amendment we've crafted?
Yes, sir. So as you indicated, the current bill would allow the combination of uses in the RC5 zone in the Kingsville area, that use being, that combination being a Christmas tree farm and the plumbing, mechanical, and utility company. The amendment that is being considered, that you are considering, would also add another combination use of uses. This would include the combination of a farm as that term is defined, not a Christmas tree farm necessarily, but a farm, and an auxiliary small business consisting of software development and computer systems management. It would still need to be subject to the same limitations as the current bill, the location requirement, the minimum acreage requirement, the lighting would need to be screened, landscaping, a lighting plan, as well as there could be also sales of on-site and online of produce and farm-related products, as well as farm tours and seasonal farm day events.
Boswick, the areas that include in this bill would have to meet or exceed all landscaping requirements, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the members? Ms. Belcastro, I know we have a couple speakers if they're still left. Hopefully they're here.
Yes. Our first speaker on this item is John Stankiewicz, who is here in person.
How are you, sir?
A little.
I understand.
Attendance here, so
We don't always have 4-hour meetings, but unfortunately, about 40% of them are 4-hour meetings.
yeah.
They're the ones that make you question whether you want to.
My name's John Stankiewicz. I'm here in opposition of 1625. I've lived at 11947 Philadelphia Road for over 20 years. And first, I want to say, Mr. Marks, in all due respect, the first two pictures you put up there are inaccurate. They're totally different places. They're not the same. So anyway, we can just, if you want to discuss that, and I'll show you why or how, but it's not accurate. Anyway, the Andrews bought this property, known as an RC5. The two properties at RC5, it's zoned for that. That's what you have a zoning commission for. Now, they tried to sneak in the plumbing business as gradually as they did this Christmas tree farm. And I'd have to admit, down on that 1225 property, they did a good job down there. It's really nice looking. But I dare to say that since they've been there with this Christmas tree farm, they've probably taken more trees down than they have planted. Christmas tree farm is basically a front for their business. They don't keep up with the plants, the trees that they plant. Half the ones they planted next to my property 2 years ago are brown and dead. And I do not get why it's so special for them to have their plumbing business right with their Christmas tree farm. What's so special about it? There's plenty of businesses out there, plenty of properties out there, commercial, that they can go either rent or buy a warehouse to do their plumbing business. I wish the best on it. But why change a rural area, Kingsville, a rural area, which is beautiful with residential rules, to put this plumbing business on there? And it's a growing company. Plus, this place, it doesn't have city water sewage. It's well and septic, so it's a strain on, for any amount of people on a certain amount of property, it's a strain on the property. Now, that being said, they've got a lot of industrial mechanical equipment back there that they use to basically clear cut a lot of their property. And without putting silt fences down beside it. Now, we got two streams back there that merge together and are tributaries to the Big Gunpowder Falls. And back behind our properties, my property and their properties, is owned, is a forested lot owned by BG&E, also by Baltimore County. And it's got signs up saying it's Baltimore County Conservation Area, a wooded conservation area. Do not disturb. Okay? Now, last fall, I was back there. I seen signs of heavy equipment tire tractors back there. Now, it got me curious. It's off their property. It's on BG property in Baltimore County, environmental property. And when I walked and explored the area, they were bulldozing roads back there into the streams, crossing the stream. So I called Baltimore, Maryland Department of Environmental, and they came out there and cited them. So that's basically my story from my perspective. So I just don't understand for the world of me why they need that business there when it's not supposed to be. It's my view. That's about all I got.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So the people that were in the forest or the area where you saw the tractor, sir? Oh, sorry. Where that was the property owner was somewhere else?
I'm sorry. Say
You
that
said that the property owner was down in the BGE County area doing, what were they doing? They were cutting trees down?
Andrews, they were on there with heavy equipment, bulldozing roads back there, pathways, roads. I mean, like the wide is like, 10 feet or whatever.
We'll ask them about that, but why do you think they were back there?
That's a good question. What was their intentions? I basically, when I called, I guess they put a stop to it. What were their intentions back here? Good question. How far were they going to go? What are they going to do? I don't know.
All right.
Our next speaker is Stephen Bellman, who is here in person.
Mr. Bellman, welcome. Long night. Yes, absolutely. You want to hand them?
Okay, I hope 2 minutes is not going to be enough. I'll go as fast as I can with this, but this is a very, very complicated problem. The Andrews purchased my mom's property next to my house, which I lived on both properties all my life. 25 years in the house I live on, and the rest of my life is on the property that Andrews bought. That was my parents' property. In good faith, they bought the property as a Christmas tree farm. My parents had an antique shop business since the late 1960s on the property, and we built warehouses, and we have some buildings that we used for storage, but we never operated a large business. We had four family members and one other employee. The Andrews presented, Mr. Marks presented a picture that was before the Andrews bought the property. The property was cleaned up and sold in very good condition. The house that was on the property had a 2-apartment rental, and the warehouses were cleaned, and everything was in proper order. The property could have been used as a rental property or a small office business or whatever RC5 would allow. And they chose to use the building gradually to bring up their business from down on 122025 Philadelphia Road to my mom's property, which is 11957, to operate a larger business, which they have no zoning for at the first address of 12025. So what they've done is they've used a tree farm, which is a very broad statement saying it is a tree farm. It has about 1 acre of trees. What they actually do is buy cut trees from other farms and bring them in to sell during the 4 weeks of the season. They've been doing this for maybe nine years. So now they've decided to upgrade. Their business has grown. They've always had activity at the bottom of the hill. And as a good neighbor, I didn't really investigate like what was going on. I just they didn't bother anybody. It was very quiet at the tree farm. They had a big building that they took a pole barn and made an office out of. It was okay until about 5 years ago, I noticed the company started to grow. They started getting more trucks and more activity. But lately, in the last year, they've decided to use the warehouses and the buildings on my mom's property to upgrade their business to a much larger scale. They installed a 3-phase electrical system, which is commercial, industrial, to the property, and they've added services to both buildings. Their intentions are to grow their business large there, and it's going to be a heavy use business. They have heavy equipment and trailers and trucks and 25 employees. And this has been going on for quite a while. I think Mr. Marks, they misrepresented what they were doing to Mr. Marks. I kind of feel bad that there wasn't more time for him to look into this more. I did try to contact him and make contact and tell him more of what was going on, but he seemed like he had already made up his mind with the Andrews to do what he wanted to do with his bill. I went to the Kingsville Association and told them about it, and I didn't get very far. They just kind of thought the Kingsville Association is kind of a mess right now. They don't have very good solid ground. Some of their members aren't with them anymore. So if this continues on the way it is, and they're allowed to do this, in good faith, so far they haven't done anything by the rules. They don't get permits usually for things they do. They've cleared property, at least 2 or 3 acres on my mom's property. They've clear-cutted it for the purpose of, I'm not sure what, either putting more equipment on or planting trees, but they haven't planted any trees in 2 years. And the ones they have planted, most of them have died. And this bill is only going to benefit one person or one family, and that's the Andrews family. This bill was not written for any reason other than to save them, to parachute them out from zoning. Zoning has given them, this should have been dealt with through zoning and not through a councilman. This is RC5, and this is Baltimore County, Kingsville, which is supposed to be residential. And there is no reason why this business should be given a gift of letting them operate an industrial plumbing business, which is much bigger than Mr. Marks even knows. This is over $1 million company. This is a large business, which is using this as a cover. They have a whole nother location in Aberdeen. And I am just tired because I am so stressed out from this problem because I have tried to work with them and sell them my property, but they will not give me fair property value. And this has been going on for 2 years. And I offered to them again, and they said they're interested this time, and I'm willing to move. But if you let this bill go through and they continue to do what they're doing, this is going to be a very big mistake for Baltimore County. That road on Philadelphia Road has such heavy traffic. It is very dangerous, and there's been so many accidents on top of that hill. And I've witnessed quite a few from their equipment coming in and out of that property, and they've brought dangerous things on the property like fuel tanks, which the EPA has had to have removed. And they've done other things that have they're not mindful people. These are not good operators, and they don't operate in good faith with any system that I can tell. And I've observed them for 10 years at the property at the bottom of the hill, and the short time that they own my mom's property, they've done things just not the right way. And it's going to come back, and it's going to be a big problem in the future if you let this bill pass. I guarantee it, Mr. Marks. It's going to put a bad stain on your record.
Thank you for your testimony. You were at the meeting in early March.
I was.
You were, okay. And we listened to your concerns, and we crafted the amendment, which will get you. That hopefully help address those concerns.
Right.
Okay.
So what kind of guardrails and roadblocks are you going to put up?
They're in Mr. Boswick described them.
Okay.
Lighting, better landscaping. There's a number of
they'd have to put a 30-foot wall up to correct this problem around the house. They have a 35-foot warehouse, almost 40 feet tall warehouse. They have so much activity. They were there 6 a.m. this morning, and they woke me up out of bed with their equipment and their trucks with their backup alarms and their crews coming in there to get their work orders to go to work. This is in my backyard. It's ridiculous. Would you want this in your backyard if you had a neighbor doing this in an RC5 property? And you live in Kingsville. Is this right? Seriously.
You know, it's right, trying to preserve small family farms.
Sir, this is not a small family farm business. I
disagree.
totally disagree with you.
Well,
I've watched them the way they operate. I've known them for 10 years, and they are not using this farm business as income. It's strictly a cover
With all due
for their
respect,
business,
Mr.
sir.
Melman, they're here.
I know they are.
They will get to address every one of
Yes.
the accusations you've made.
Okay.
And you're right, I care about Kingsville very much.
I do
care about
too.
every,
I've lived there my whole life.
let me finish, every community I represent. And that's why we've been here for 4 hours trying to address, and my colleagues have been here
I've
for
heard,
4 hours.
I've sit here
trying to
with you.
address
I've
those
heard
concerns.
everything, and I agree
That's
with
right.
some of your points. But this is not a solar farm. This is a commercial business in a residential
Could be.
neighborhood.
It could be a solar farm.
Sir, I have 2 solar farms. I have one across the street and one up at Raphael Road, and I have a power plant next to my house. I do not want a commercial business in my backyard. I wanted to live there, but if I have to leave, I will. If you're going to pass this bill.
Next speaker, Ms.
Our next speaker is Alexandra Bellman, who is here in person.
That's the trees.
Good evening, council members.
Come on now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Alexandra Bellman. I was born and raised in Kingsville, and I deeply cherish the community I grew up in. 12007 Philadelphia Road sits directly in between the Gunpowder Tree Farm and GA Mechanical Incorporated. The legislation being introduced deeply troubles my family and our neighbors on Philadelphia Road. As GA Mechanical Inc. began operating in my backyard while I was still a teenager, I no longer felt like I had the privacy and the peace that many of us living in Kingsville are very grateful and privileged to have. And after the property's purchase, I watched my grandmother's historic White House on the Hill rot due to neglect, our surrounding woods being cut down, and the mental health of myself and my family decline. For years, I've been witness to the commotion of commercial trucks outside of operating hours, highly disruptive noise and lighting, and illegal uses of the property. I'm in agreement with many of our neighbors that GA Mechanical's operation on the property is a current eyesore, and increased traffic poses a huge risk to an already dangerous stretch of road. I've personally seen multiple people die right outside my bedroom window. The property is not zoned for industrial use because of Kingsville's history as a mainly rural and residential area, how we would like it to remain. The cost of GA Mechanical Incorporation's operation on 11957 is the well-being of my family and neighbors in Kingsville's delicate natural environment. And I have to be completely honest, I highly doubt that Councilman Marks or anyone in this room would be willing to live next to a mechanical operation. I mean, the Andrews don't live on the property. I can't imagine that they would also want to live there. And they are directly in the backyard. I mean, where the operation is now is where I used to go play soccer and play field hockey. It used to be a field, you know, it wasn't what it is now. Yeah, and just last word, like Ms. Young said earlier, it's human decency. It's the golden rule, and we have to take into account our neighbors and our community, and this isn't the way to do it. Yep. Thank you, council members. Any questions?
Thank you.
Sure.
Our next speaker. Would help if I use the right mails. The next speaker is Mickey Kennedy, who is on virtually. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Mickey Kennedy. I live on a property on Jones Road, but it's a road that cuts through and it joins the land in question through some woods. And I'm asking you not to approve this zoning change. The Andrews have not been good neighbors. They planted a few trees. Once a year, they sell some trees that are cut that they brought down from Pennsylvania. But largely, they run a full-scale commercial operations in violation of the current zoning. And at all hours and at all times, there are loud noises and an environment that does not fit the current zoning, nor does it fit the Kingsville lifestyle. I walked the land, and I was the highest bidder when it went to auction before the Andrews acquired it. There was never the junk that you showed on the before picture. It was a completely clean horse farm. So the idea that this is a great farm, a group of people who came in and removed all this junk and created a beautiful tree farm is a fallacy. It is a lie. That picture never existed when they owned it or months before they owned it. I did not go through with my purchase because the auctioneer represented that a house could be built there, and then confirming with the county realized that it couldn't at that time. So the land is not appropriate for heavy use business. This is not a small home office. This is not a produce stand with a few cars coming in and supporting a local family farm. There's daily traffic from work vans, delivery trucks, employee vehicles, and that activity is not conducive for a residential area like Kingsville. And there is also the environmental risk. We've already been told of fuel tanks being removed and other things that are commercial concerns with disregard for the environment. And it's just, this land is a buffer zone and is meant to be a buffer zone. It is very close to a couple of streams and to gunpowder, and it is just not a good match. There's land zoned in the county for businesses like this, and that's where their operation belongs. I'm not against business. I'm not against zoning for business, but where it's appropriate. And to believe that this is a local family farm, they've never supported themselves as a farm. They do not make enough money. It's probably under 3% probably that they bring in farming from their commercial efforts. Let them continue with their commercial efforts, but not on that land. And if it means that they have to sell, so be it. I knew when I was interested in the land what the rules were, and I decided it's not for me. They've come in and tried to skirt the rules, and what they've done is complete violation of the zoning. And anybody that supports that is not someone that I support or someone that I will continue to vote for. Or and so thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Our next speaker is Cindy Kennedy, who is on virtually. You may begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Cindy Kennedy. I live on the property that backs to that land. I basically want to speak briefly about water, something we all rely on, but we don't think much about. This property sits near the Gunpowder River, which feeds into the local watershed and the aquifer. That supports wells, streams, wildlife, and our drinking water. This is a commercial operation, it truly is. Trucks, machinery, storage of materials, we're introducing real risks to water quality. All it takes is one fuel spill, one leak of chemicals or runoff during a heavy rain, and the damage spreads. It doesn't stay on one property. It flows into the soil, into the aquifer, into the river. We live on well water. Everyone in this area lives on well water. So do many others out here. If that's compromised, it's not something we can fix by installing a few filters. And again, this isn't about a small home business. I know they say they're a small home business. They took over it was used to be a horse farm. I agree with Vicki and what other people have said. That property never looked like that. If anyone who drove down Philadelphia Road, you saw that stable with the giant horse on top, that's the property we're talking about. Used to be a horse farm. I'd look out my window, I'd see some horses in the backyard. I didn't see all the junk. we live on well water, so do many others out here. And we need to, I mean, I'm not against progress. We're not against businesses. My husband's a business owner himself, but this doesn't belong here. This area is zoned rural and residential. It's full of individual family homes and, of course, Gunpowder State Park. This backs directly to Gunpowder State Park, as does our house, full of wildlife, plant life. For a while, my husband and I participated in a program in this area where we agreed not to develop our land at all. We couldn't even cut down trees or shrubs because the Maryland state wanted us to protect this land. And we did. It needs protection. We certainly couldn't build a warehouse on it or have big vehicles coming in. You talked in your previous bill about protecting the environment. You know, your talk about the solar arrays, at least they benefit the community. This bill seems written to benefit one person. I mean, how many other people are out there seeking to merge tree farms with plumbing businesses? This bill seems to benefit one family and no one else, not the community at large. He knew, as everyone else said, when he bought this land, that it could not be developed, that nothing could be done with it. That's why we decided not to go forward with it. He put in the Christmas tree farm because there was really little else that you could put back there. But he's never really been a Christmas tree farmer. There's other stuff going on back there, and we know it. This zoning exception is just not something you should vote on. They shouldn't be operating a business, a warehouse, storing equipment, especially heavy equipment, and parking commercial trucks right here among our houses. It's all houses back here. It's houses and it's gunpowder. And there are many other places that they could be at. They don't need to be messing up our community and reducing our home values by having, you know, basically an industrial center right next door. Anyway, this is not the place. They should do their plumbing business somewhere else. And if the Christmas tree farm can't sustain them, and please, again, they are not farmers. They were not here for many, many decades as farmers. They bought the horse farm. They put the Christmas tree farm in because there was nothing else they could do, and they knew it. Vote no. Please vote no. This will ruin our community. It's already ruining our community, but if they're given permission to go further, right now they're just skirting the rules, but if they're given permission to go further by building any kind of further, you know, parking structures or heavy equipment, places to put heavy equipment or a warehouse, it's going to be really bad. And I believe they will go way further beyond whatever you give them permission for, because they're not, you know, they're already doing it. So please vote no. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ben Andrews. They did sign up virtually, but are they here in person? That's quite all right. I assumed that you were here in person.
Hey, good evening, everyone. So, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the county. My name is Gregory Andrews. I'm the oldest brother. My dad and little brother back here. Ben is the more involved one with the farm. I'm a captain of a ship. I come and go with my schedule. So I'm there, you know, planting trees now for better sake of words. We're planting 1,000 trees this week. I'm here to testify in support of the bill, which would allow our family business to operate in conjunction with our Christmas tree farm. Our Christmas tree farm has gotten popular with surrounding community. We continue to grow, and like I just said, we're planting about 1,000 trees, little seedlings. Christmas tree takes 3 to 7 years to grow to be able to chop. So we do, in fact, bring in trees to sell to the public, which is mainly to our community. More often, we're getting a lot of people from the city that want to come up and enjoy the farm and rural experience. Christmas season is 4 months. Right after Halloween, people start setting up. So to say that it's viable to pay for the bills, it's not true. By the time you add in cost of labor, the cost of a Christmas tree, we need supplemental income. The community. I've met more of my neighbors here, I think, tonight than I've met in the 7 years I've lived in Kingsville. I live about a quarter mile from the tree farm, and I'm willing to bet that I've never met any of those folks, but they've probably been to the tree farm to buy a tree or make a wreath or have the experience of, hey, let's get out of the house and enjoy a food truck that we have. We made a post. We had about 270 people like the post, share the post. I don't want to say vote for us, but give us the attaboy. People share their positive feedbacks. People are making memories in Kingsville to come every year. And I hate to say it, I kind of feel like I'm getting old seeing little guys grow up and now cut trees down at our farm. It's a pretty cool feeling, being that we weren't farmers. You know, we bought this property 10 years ago. We recently lost our mother. She was the driving source of this farm. That was our idea. My mom and dad were going to do it. Ben and I were going to be the, you know, that was fun. It's fun. It's a good time. I have a daughter. My brother has a daughter. Our whole family's involved. It's not just Ben, my dad, and myself. It's my uncles, my aunts. We have a lot of younger generation, believe it or not. I have a hard time picking out who we want to hire in high school versus what we get dealt. With that being said, thank you for your time. I'll let Ben kind of hit a lot of the big questions that I'm sure you guys have, but thank you.
Mr. Andrews, I have a couple questions. So how much of the property is used for tree?
Which is the one? So. That's correct.
Right, so total we have about 20 acres. We have roughly 2,500 trees probably planted right now, give or take. You lose 25% of your trees. So yes, there are a lot of brown trees on the property that we have to pull out each year. Right now we have the tree farm is planted with trees, 3 fields full. If I had to put a number on it, 4 or 5 acres. The new property that we just acquired is another 4 or 5 acres additional that back up to the one gentleman's house. So when he looks out, he sees nothing but little baby Christmas trees. That answer your question? It's 7 acres, 8 acres total.
How big's the entire property?
17, 18 acres.
Okay.
Again, I'm gonna let Ben, he's more the one that's the hard driver there, boots on the ground each day.
Okay.
Answer, he's gonna be speaking next.
All right, great, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Jones has a question.
Yeah, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about the mechanical business.
Right, yeah, it's a plumbing company. I did it, well, I worked for my dad when I was a kid, and then I went to college, and Ben kind of took the plumbing route, so that's about the extent that I have involvement with the plumbing company. Yeah, I chose the college route, and Ben went the plumbing route.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker now is Ben Andrews, I assume.
Hello, Mr. Andrews. How are you today? It's tough to hear, that's for sure. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of County Council. My name is Ben Andrews. I'm here to testify in support of the proposed zoning amendment. My family and I are the owners of the property of the Gunpowder Tree Farm, and I'm here today with my dad, brother. Our parents started we started in 2016 when we bought this property at auction. That was correct. We weren't the highest bidder at the time. It was maybe less than an hour we acquired the property since the first buyer bailed out. I've never, the people that testified virtually, I've never had any issues with, never met. It had mentioned that our property backs up to the state park, which is not true. Our property backs up to BGE property, which is a large substation next door, 130 acres substation. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Which we do lease roughly 10 acres from BGE and do have insurance on that property that we lease from BGE to keep trespassers out of the property from the Gunpowder Falls right there at Jones Road, there was a swimming hole there, and we would have a steady traffic of trespassers coming up. So we decided BG would allow us to lease the land. So we leased the property. With leasing it, we are now liable and have insurance on the property, so we have to keep trespassers off. I can't stress enough that a lot of things that were said before me are very untrue and very exaggerated. You know, this tree farm is a passion of mine, and that's it really burns me up to hear the negativity because the community loves it so much. When we purchased the property, I want to make this a note that Steve was not involved. Steve Bellman was not involved. It was Mark, who is the brother of Steve, and Mary, who we dealt with. And in the offer letter, well, the multiple offer letters, we did in fact include the existing warehouses that are built on the 11957 property will house GA Mechanical in the original offer letter to Mary Bellman. And so it was never the intent to have the tree farm there. The property was always used commercially. I know he had mentioned it was an antique company, but the antique company grew to be a East Coast event supplier. And you can look up Bellman Promotions, and that's the business which had tractor trailers. The property has 4 loading docks. And we are just using, existing space. I want to make it known that there is no, loud noises. I mean, I can tell you that nobody was there at 6 a.m. this morning. I have cameras. So I think a lot of it was exaggerated. And up until my mom passed in August of 2024, September is when all this came to light. And we've had the properties over there since 2021, I believe. So, this has never been an issue up until 2024. And I can't stress enough that I've worked with Steve. I work with Steve a lot of clearing his property. I've graded his yard out. I've helped him tremendously. And, it hurts to see, hurts to be in the position I'm in right now. Obviously the tree farm, we sell roughly 1,300 trees a year. Last year, we started with 30, the first year we sold them. We are actively growing trees. We have 1,000 trees that we get from Maryland DNR in Eastern Shore, purchased locally. Let me think. We have had no issues with neighbors, and we've tried to buy Steve's house in the original offer as well when we purchased the property. So I'm open to answering questions, but I'm grateful for Mr. Mark's help, and I know that the community wants it. And I know there's going to be questions about the mechanical company, and I'm here to answer anything that I can answer.
So how big is the mechanical company? How many trucks do you have? How many trucks are housed on the property? I mean, you've
Yes,
not talked about the mechanical.
No, the company employs 23 people.
You run that company?
Yeah, well, when it was me, my mom and dad, and my mom passed, and my dad has he had a hard time getting back into it recently because of the nature of it. So yes, I am now currently running a company with 23 people. We employ 5 apprentices, plumbers. We do a lot of, not only the equipment is stored there, I want to make it known that the equipment that is not stored there. We do not have an office in Aberdeen. We work at Aberdeen Proving Grounds, Edgewood Arsenal. We do plumbing maintenance for Baltimore County Public Schools. We do all state, federal, and mostly municipal work. So the size of the company is 23 people, and it has not grown in the past, I'd say 5 years. We had 30 people at one time, so it has downsized.
So at any given time, how many trucks are on the property that from GA Mechanical?
It can vary. I believe in keeping the guys busy because, I got 23 guys that rely on me every day. So if we are slow, if it's snowing outside and there's no work and the guys need to get 40 hours a week. So at any given time, there could be 2 to 3 trucks over at the shop. What I call the shop now is the property behind their house because, they're cleaning up the shop. They're not making loud noises. They're cleaning up the shop. We service equipment there, but, it's not, I hear the fuel tank thing. There is no fuel tanks on there anymore. They were all empty. They never had fuel. They were all contained, double wall contained tanks, and they were there for less than 6 months.
Do your guys take your trucks home?
Yes, everybody takes their trucks home. Nobody meets there in the morning either. Everybody has designated
Do
tickets.
you have a crane there too?
That's a very old picture of when we were removing the fuel tanks from the site. That's the only way to lift them was to, I don't own a crane. No. And I did get a permit from Baltimore County for the electricals. Like I said, the only thing we are using on that property is existing structures. We had a commercial permit through Baltimore County to get 3-phase electrical. Actually, it's 480 volt, which you can't get in a residential environment. And the permit did pass, and all the inspectors came out, and it was approved. And we have 3 separate services going into each of the buildings that are existing. I just want to make sure it's clear that all the buildings that we are utilizing are existing. We are upgrading them. We put new roofs on them. We painted them. We've made them look aesthetically pleasing. I can point out the inaccuracies in the photos. One was the tree farm, one was the other property, but the gist of it is the tree farm when we bought it was not in the condition it is now. Everybody that comes to the tree farm says we love what you did to the place. The horse farm was an environmental nightmare. And it's taken years to fix up and get it to where it is today. We have a pond with fish. We have kids that come there and fish. We hope to do other activities such as pumpkin patch in the future. We want to make it a Huber's Farm is essentially what we're looking to do, making it a community environment. And I do not plan on operating a huge mechanical utility or industrial company there by any means. I'm just trying to utilize the property for in which we bought it for, in which the Bellmans knew the whole time what it was being used for.
Councilman Marks?
Quick question. What is your proximity to the other solar facilities in this area?
We are in close proximity. Actually, the solar field across the street that's on the Warts property or Gary Warts' property actually feeds over to our property on a telephone pole. And we do have offers from battery backup companies interested in purchasing our property at 11957 Philadelphia Road, as this would be a perfect opportunity for the batteries to store the power from the solar panels, and the substation is very close as well. Our property is surrounded by BGE.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, you're saying that these tanks are not there anymore?
No, and I would encourage anybody that drives by that wants to stop in the property to look, those tanks are not there. The property is empty.
Okay, thank you.
Of equipment as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Castro, next speaker.
I believe that is all the speakers we have for this item.
Okay. Next bill, and I think it's our final bill. Heading down the home stretch. Bill 1925. Councilman Marks, did you want to talk about this? This is the county charter, Baltimore County Farmland Preservation.
Tro, if you could put the presentation up. I'm going to be super brief. I know it is getting late. I want to begin by thanking our growing list of supporters on this bill. The Valley's Planning Council, the Gunpowder Valley Conservancy, Greater Baltimore Group of the Sierra Club, the Essex Middle River Civic Council, Sparks Glencoe Community Planning Council, the Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County, Greater Kingsville Civic Association, the Gunpowder River Keeper. Thank you all for your support. Next slide, please. I want to address some of the claims that have been made about this legislation. First, we received multiple emails from Mr. Latshaw claiming that Bill 1925 is anti-business. That's kind of a specious statement to me because it basically says if you're a farmer, you're not a business person, right? There are more than 450 farms in Baltimore County, most outside the IRTL, that sell more than $67.5 million in products. That's according to the 2017 Census of Agriculture. In fact, farmers operate some of the most complicated businesses in Baltimore County, and we're going to hear from a couple of them this evening. Farmers depend on a strong IRTL. Next slide. Next comment by Mr. Latshaw. Bill 1925 is anti-business again. The reality is that expanding the IRTL without justification will divert resources for some of the most distressed areas in Baltimore County. I think many of us on the council, all of us in the council, have worked to increase investment in our older areas, right? Councilman Crandall's worked on it. Councilman Izzy Patoka's worked on issues in Pikesville. Councilman Jones, you've been very vigilant in the security areas, as Councilman Young. Councilman Catch has worked on Hunt Valley, and Councilman Ertel, you've worked on issues in Parkville and Towson. When I was councilman for Towson, we worked to bring a lot of businesses into Towson, and that's good, smart growth. Good, smart growth. And it was not always easy. Councilman Ertel, you were on the other side. You were on the community side, and there were often, clashes between the developers and the community and county representatives. But the fact of the matter is, it is good for business to invest in our older communities. It is good for business to invest in places like Towson and Middle River and Essex. Because if we spread the growth outward, it's going to mean less money for those inner Beltway communities. Less money for Essex, less money for Parkville, Towson, and so forth. Next slide.
Councilman Marks.
Yes.
I'm just curious. If we spread, not that I'm condoning this, but if we go further in terms of more development outside of the IRTL, wouldn't those communities that are being built pay taxes?
They'd pay taxes, but let's be honest, Councilman Jones, growth is expensive and growth does not pay for itself. If growth paid for itself, we wouldn't be in the have the financial problems we have right now, right?
Okay.
Baltimore County didn't charge impact fees for generations. We rely on property taxes. We're at the higher level of that. Growth does not pay for itself. So simply by subsidizing new development in new areas doesn't mean we're going to generate a ton of money for the county treasury. Okay, next slide. We've had it said in the Baltimore Banner by some that the IRTL is an artificial line and an artificial boundary that reinforces racism and segregation. Ms. Belcastro, if you can put that up back there. In fact, expanding the IRTL without justification will divert resources from some of the most distressed areas in Baltimore County. Again, expanding the IRTL without justification will divert resources from some of the most distressed areas in Baltimore County. The IRTL protects water quality and other resources that are important to all Baltimore Countyans. Next question. Next slide. And then this other claim that we need another study before making decisions on the IRTL. How many studies has Baltimore County executed in the past 6 or 7 years? A lot. We spent $1.2 million on an efficiency study. We spent $50,000 on the master plan. We spent almost $1 million studying our water supply governance. That didn't seem to go very far. We're spending $7 million for the Security Square redevelopment effort. And we're spending $173,500 on the Middle River Small Area Plan. And I'm not saying these are good studies, but we're studying a lot of things. How many more studies do we need before making decisions to protect the IRTL? Next slide. Another claim, a charter change does not need to be on the ballot at this time. The fact of the matter is Baltimore County's voters are pretty sophisticated. Baltimore County's voters are sophisticated, and they're sophisticated enough to elect a county executive and a county council that will have the wisdom to decide on a formalized process for reviewing changes to the ERL. Trust the voters. Ultimately, that's what this bill is about. Trust the voters. Voters can decide whether they think there should be a formalized process or not in the charter. If they decide not to go this route, so be it. But I think they'll have the wisdom to choose this route. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman, can you walk me through how this is going to work in practice?
How does what work in practice?
Your bill, how does your bill work in practice? How is the bill that you're talking about, the second work session? Tell me, how is this going to work in practice? In the current, because it's only changes that we're going to be in it, then have to vote on it and have a supermajority, not only a supermajority, but also the person representative that has that area also has to be in favor of it. Just tell me how this is going to work in practice.
In practice, the planning board would review the merits of expanding or shrinking the ERDL. It could shrink, it could come within, right? The planning board would make a recommendation to the county council, and then the county council would decide in a vote whether to do that. It would require the affirmative vote of the council member in whose district that ERDL change is located.
Right. Now, how is it changed? How does it change now? That's how the process is going to be with the bill if it were to pass and the voters were to pass it. How does it work now?
Well, right now, the council member in whose district the ERDL change is located, there's no veto provision for that right now.
I'm aware of that. Tell me how the ERDL moves right now.
There's a recommendation by the planning board. Right. This formalizes that.
It doesn't formalize it. It adds another step to this. So and this is what I was saying the first time around too, 3 weeks ago. The current process that we've used, and you were kept referencing, and I say, because I've been getting emails as well, just about misconceptions that this protects the ERDL and that expanding the ERDL without justification. That's never the case, even right now, that you can't expand the ERDL without justification. The only place that the ERDL is defined is in our zoning code, in our regulations. That specifically states the process the planning board follows in order to make a recommendation. There is no expanding of the ERDL without justification. It doesn't exist. Like, that's not how any of this works right now. It doesn't work like this. If somebody has a property that they'd like to change or they'd like to have put into the ERDL, they can request either through the planning board or they could even go through the county executive's office and make a request. Then the planning board has to review it. And if the planning board then decides, and this is and the examples that were given before to us, that I think we have a responsibility also to share with the public, because there's also misconception about, even today when folks are referencing your bill, saying that we have to do this to protect the ERDL, and the ERDL shouldn't go away. The ERDL's not going anywhere. Nobody's talking about getting rid of it. We've had conversations about fear of other folks utilizing it in a different way than folks that are here have used it, but nobody's talking about trying to get rid of the ERDL. The only time in recent history that anybody's talked about trying to even discuss what the ERDL should do and what it should be in a modern sense, because it hasn't really addressed, it hasn't moved significantly in 20 years, was in the master plan, that we took out that language. We took out the ability for us to take a look at this. This conversation happening right now should have happened with the public's participation, not through a forced timeline that we manufactured, because there was an amendment, there was a referendum put in that's going to go to the voters. And now we're forced here to sit back and forth from work session to work session to talk about what the ERDL is and what it isn't, when it's become very clear that even when this process started, there was a misconception about how the ERDL moved. There was a fear that we would need to vote and it wouldn't require a supermajority. There was no vote from us to participate in this. But there has always been a process to evaluate the discussion for moving, justification for moving the ERDL. Because we established, and the planning boards established, that these things shouldn't be done in a frivolous fashion. And it never has been, never once. Not since 1967 has it been frivolously moved for no purpose. And we didn't talk about that. We didn't talk about recommendations for us. I mean, if this were to pass and we voted, and it had a supermajority, and it shot down a recommendation from the planning board, there's no veto power over us either. And from your conversations with me, there is a fear, and don't let me speak for you, like there's a fear that somebody else would be sitting in this seat and have a different mentality that then potentially could move the URL, right? But we're not talking about moving it across the entire board. We're talking about a property here, a property there, because that's the current process, is it not?
There is a fear, absolutely.
Right. But we're not talking about moving it like football fields and miles. We're talking about, it's all about individual property and zoning. And you're concerned about somebody coming in and changing the zoning, which would happen through our zoning process. And the examples from when it has moved in the past, or actually examples where it didn't move, was where there were recommendations from the executive office, there was recommendations from the planning board, and then the council chose not to take action, which then they decided not to move the URL, which was completely in their right to do, because that was the only process that's laid out for how to move it right now. You are trying to set up a system to protect the URL that includes us in it. You also have a provision that makes sure that one of us can supersede and cancel out the votes of the other members. You're creating a process that ensures the URL could potentially move, because what incentive do I have as a council member to vote against a recommendation for the URL to move if I, as the member from that district, put the recommendation in for the zoning change, encouraged or participated with the property owner to request from the planning board to change the URL? We've now injected a process that I have no reason to oppose it if the council person from that district wants it to happen. We're creating that in this. We're not protecting this. We're almost at the very end of the day putting together a structure that is in the charter, not in code, in the charter, that guarantees, not guarantees, I'm going to take it back, that makes it very unlikely that a member on this council, after codifying councilmanic privilege, would contradict the council person from the district that requests the URL to be moved, or requests a zoning change that would then allow for the URL to be moved. Right now, that form doesn't exist because it's a policy discussion with policy experts on the board that we appoint folks to. So I didn't have a fear leading into this when you first introduced the bill. I have a fear right now that by doing this and trying to prevent something because of fear, you're creating the exact scenario that's going to allow it to happen. And I don't think that concern is, I think it is just as valid as your concern about somebody else coming in here and trying to change something. What I would have liked, I know I'm on the other side of this, but I hope I'm at least presenting an argument that isn't baked in hearsay or hyperbole. It is baked in process, but I understand there's also emotional things because we're talking about the URL. But I'm not going to let that get in the way of the fact that this is bad policy. It's bad policy. We could have worked on this together. I think we could have. I mean, you talked about studies. I mean, I don't know. It's an open-ended question. How many studies do we need? I don't know, but I know that I'm not against studies. If it's going to produce a better result than sitting here going back and forth and then potentially creating the structure that then reduces or destroys the URL in the first place because there's no need for it anymore. And that's what I see coming from this legislation as it is presented right now.
So how would you change it? Have you offered an amendment?
No, I haven't offered an amendment.
Well, we've been debating this for 3 weeks.
You're right, but this shouldn't be in the charter either.
Okay.
If we wanted to talk about protections, or if we could even apply to us in the code the same provisions that apply to the planning board when it comes to making sure, taking into consideration population density, existence of public water supply. What's this? Also, current public facilities and existing public facilities and future facilities that are in the 5-year plan. These are things that we could have put on us to also participate in that process. But we jumped the shark and went right to the charter. We don't even have an opportunity. If we did that and it didn't affect or didn't have the same impact that you wanted to, if we at least have the ability to change it if it's in the code. Now that it's in the charter and we come back and it does that, you can't change it easily.
So I'm willing to entertain an idea to take the local support mechanism out of this.
Oh.
Well, I'm willing to entertain it and to put that in code. I don't want to. That's the catch. I sponsored the bill as it is. I would love to vote for the bill as it is. I'm willing to entertain that. Supermajority is important. I really do. I think moving that ERDL should be rare. It should be rare. And yes, it should have a formalized process, which we're spelling out.
I would argue that we're not, I don't want to take up all the time, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I know that we are formalizing and interjecting a new step in this process, but I don't believe we're formalizing anything. Like, there's still multiple ways to do this that ends with the planning board and then us, and then a scenario in which still the council member from the district, which, I only have, I think, maybe 10 acres that are, outside the ERDL. So, I mean, it doesn't affect me as much. So I also have less of an incentive or need to contradict you, for instance, or Councilman Crandall, or someone else that has more space out in the ERDL. By putting it in the charter and making sure, and I understand you're going to take that piece, you're willing to talk about it. I understand, I appreciate that conversation because we haven't had that. And I'm going off of that as it is right now, not with the potential amendment. I just wanted to make sure that I put that I disagree that we're formalizing the process. We're adding another step into a process that has clearly been a misconception. By the other piece of this, by putting this bill in, you have definitely drawn light to what the ERDL is and what it isn't. And it's not the protector of all these things like everybody thinks it is. There are legal mechanisms in the code that do that. When it comes to the metro line, the ERDL has become our, de facto urban growth boundary. But these things are codified. The ERDL isn't. And now we want to jump right to the charter and put this in. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Ketch, 1 second. So tell me if I'm wrong here. So if tomorrow I go to Mr. Secretary and say, you know what? I think the zoning we have in the ERDL, I don't like RC2. I want to put in a bill to change all RC2 to DR16 because we need more apartments in Sparks, Jacksonville, Glenarm, you name it. So let's get rid of that RC2 and I can cobble together 4 other council people. And on the new council in 26, I just need to, I'll have to have 5. But so we're not formalizing anything, but we don't have to even say we change the ERDL. We can just change the zoning code in the ERDL and suddenly we're building, we could say all RC2 goes to RAE2. We can build apartment buildings with elevators and suddenly it's allowed tomorrow, as soon as we pass it. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
My understanding.
The planning board can't do anything about it. We did it.
Right. My understanding is you're correct. And this bill does nothing to stop that.
You are correct, but it makes it a little tougher because now in a future count, like right now, we'd have to have 5. So you got to have 5 people decide, yeah, okay, Councilman, that's good. We'll let apartment buildings with elevators go into Jacksonville or Parkton or wherever.
But your scenario is that we as a council would need to change the zoning regulations and then also the properties within that or that might have that zoning regulation.
Just get rid of RC2 or RC5. We just decide tomorrow that it's not appropriate.
And then they, as the property owner or the executive, would then need to go through the current process, which is to petition the planning board to then request an ERDL change or change of the ERDL, and then it would eventually come back to us. But we already passed the bill, right? We already passed the bill to allow this to happen, and then it would be coming to us to then move the ERDL, or we choose not to. But the zoning regs already changed, so you can still do it. It doesn't matter if the ERDL moves. I think that's the part of this conversation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's part of the problem here is we're not necessarily moving the line. We're just allowing suddenly the lines still exist, but now you can build multi-story apartment buildings where you couldn't before. So you've essentially changed it. You didn't have to talk to anybody. We just decide one day that we've had enough and we got to get some growth in North County. And dense growth.
In what, again?
And dense growth too.
Right. I'm trying to lead me along with you. Where, and in relation to this bill, because we could do that right now.
We could do it right now. It's just,
in the future, but
and all I got to do to do that is cobble 4 people together. So if we make it 5, okay, I could still do it, but it's going to be a little tougher to get 5 of 7 to do it. It's going to be tougher even to.
just described two different things. The bill would require 4, the removing the ERDL would require 5, but if we changed the zoning code, we wouldn't need to move the ERDL, so it doesn't matter. In relation to the bill, your scenario is we would change the zoning code, you'd need 4 people to do it, and then those properties would then need to request to move the ERDL to capture them, and then it would come to us and they need 5, but it doesn't need to move the ERDL.
I don't know that they would. I think once you get rid of an RC zone and turn it into a DR 5.5, what do you name it? Whatever we want to put in there, now it's allowed.
Right.
Who's going to say, wait a minute, it's the ERDL, you can't do that up here? Well, we just got rid of RC2. We can do whatever we want.
I would say that I can't imagine, again, just in the scenario, that we would be able to sit here for a month-long process of 2 work sessions and not hear from anybody that has an RC, property, and just let you get away with it. I'm trying to.
Well, I'm not saying we could necessarily get that, and that's the tougher part, because what if 4 of us decided we wanted to change it? Everybody comes in. Are you smoking dope? Like, what are we doing here? Like, you're taking farms away, and we're gonna, well, we think apartments are farms too. They're gonna create jobs. And
Right, but in relation to the bill, how does this bill stop that from happening?
it doesn't stop it, but it makes it tougher. That's all.
How does it make it tougher? Because in the scenario, it doesn't necessarily.
Because you got to get one more vote that, maybe
It doesn't apply to the process. You've just changed what is allowable in the zone, and the zone's already there. See what I'm saying?
No, I don't see what.
You just said that 4 of us could get together and change the allowable use in an RC area for 4 votes.
Yep.
And then if you have that zone, you're now allowed by right to do that thing.
Absolutely.
You don't need to move the ERDL. It wouldn't come to that.
We're not talking about moving the ERDL, but
the bill is.
The bill makes it tougher to do anything that has to do with the ERDL. So our power with the ERDL is just to go change. But by the way, the ERDL was created in '67. There was no zoning behind it until the county council in the '70s, and I don't know what year it was, I think it's in our notes. The county council at some point said, we're going to create these RC zones that in those zones make it more rural as you get north, or whatever the thought process was. We created that as a council.
Right.
We could also dismantle that and say, you know what, that was '67, the county, we didn't have White Marsh yet or Owings Mills. We've run out of land. We got to start building up at the reservoir.
Right.
People want to have a view of Pretty Boy and Loch Raven. It'd be nice. It doesn't matter that, all the crap's running into our reservoir and killing our future of the whole region.
Yeah, and as I know you're making a scenario because no one here is advocating for that.
I understand.
Right. And this bill passing doesn't prevent that scenario from happening.
It does not, but it makes it tougher. That's all.
Tougher to move the ERDL that would have then no role to play in the new.
Oh, there would still be the ERDL. There'd still be RC5, but we got rid of RC2. There's RC8, whatever. There, we didn't mess with Parkton. We only messed with Jacksonville. Jacksonville's ripe for Glenarm. My God, we already have the salt barn up there.
But Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Catch.
Gosh, I'm trying to calm down. Seriously, when I think of all of the pressures on northern Baltimore County, pressures from solar, pressures from power lines, pressures from developers who want to move the ERDL north, and then I hear, and I know you don't mean it, Mr. Chairman, but when I hear of, DR 16.5 and Jacksonville and Hereford or whatever.
Just making examples, Councilman Catch.
I realize that. It's just the fact that you're bringing up as an example is very worrisome. Let me just say that if we don't go to this system that's in the bill, we currently have a system where the public is not involved. We have each council member appoints a member of the planning board, but then look at the number of members of the planning board that are appointed by the county executive. So actually, the person representing the area where the moving of the Erdl is occurring has very little power. You're talking about was it 15 people or something like that. So this particular system that's in this bill involves the council members who were elected to represent the county and the individual's district. First of all, by taking out the part of this bill that requires that any move be supported by, sponsored by the elected member of that district, to me, is very important. Simply because all of us know our districts, all of us work with our constituents, and it seems to me, with all the pressures that are all over the place to change things in beyond the Erdl, we're better off with elected people who involve their constituents. And it seems to me in all this discussion that's taken place, that's what we're forgetting. The fact that we are elected and we represent the people of our districts. And, so I support the bill
I understand Councilman Ketch.
the way it is. And so anyhow, I think that, I really believe that all the parties could sit down and work this situation out. I don't know if when Councilman Marks had the bill distributed, were there any discussions with people on the council? Let's say the councilman from First District had problems with it. I mean, were there conversations between the sponsors and the councilman from the First District to try to work out the problems?
I
To
think
David Marks's credit, Councilman Marks's credit, we had discussions prior to the bill being introduced. And then afterwards, I think the big question was, what's the current process and how many times have we moved it? Because it was a misconception of how it was moved. And you and I had that conversation. By the time we got the information, the bill was up for a work session. That's my act.
And Councilman, I don't think it matters how many times in the past it's been moved, not moved, whatever. The problem is we're now looking to the future. We have there's more threats, more pressure on moving the Erdl. And we need to make sure that whatever we do benefits everyone in Baltimore County, and in regard to water and crops, etc., this entire area. And so I think that this bill gives more protection to the will and to the people and to the good of the people than the current situation. So, I hadn't planned to talk about this tonight. I was going to talk about it on Monday, which I still might do. But you know, when, and when I hear any discussion about locating DR zoning in areas of northern Baltimore County, it really, I mean, it
All right.
very concerning to me.
Councilman Ketch, we get the point. I think
Yeah, I
we
understand.
got a lot of
just-
speakers.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think we should try to get to the people that want to speak, if we
Yeah,
can. Yes.
I agree.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm going to be very, very brief. And there's some old sayings. Let sleeping dogs lie, or leave well enough alone. I mean, Erdel hasn't moved since 1967. It's been 58 years. And I live outside of the Erdel. I live on DR2. I have well and septic. So I support the Erdel. But I'm afraid that when we decide that we have to somehow codify it, number one, we can't predict the future. I bet you if I were to ask Councilman Catch, this would be a tough question for you, Councilman Catch. So let's say 20 years from now, there's a clone of Councilman Catch sitting on the council, and the new council and the new county executive and new planning board says, you know, we're in this financial strait. We have to do something because we're looking to have to close 10 schools next year unless we come up with some more revenue. And we want to move this Erdel a little bit. Are you willing to move the Erdel to save 10 schools?
Well, I think, well, I don't know how realistic that is.
I mean, I can't predict the future.
I really don't know,
The
but.
point I'm trying to make is when you put that all the power in one person's hands, in the future, why are we doing this? Because we don't know what the future is going to hold. We don't know what crisis we're going to be faced with. The state just has a $3 billion deficit. They had to come up with something. My only point is, once we start down this road of trying to codify it, you're going to ask everybody in Baltimore County to vote on this, to put this in a charter. And many of them are going to say, what is the Erdel anyway? What am I voting on? And the fact that 90% live inside the Erdel, they may not care about how pristine my 5 acres is. They may not care about your They may say, well, why the hell we have one anyway?
Because I'd
I'd
like to drink the water.
Well,
and eat the food.
Water not to kill me.
Well,
that's why they.
I mean, this stuff about the water being polluted, and I mean, the reality is, number one, the majority of our food come from outside of the state of Maryland.
Our water
because
doesn't.
Maryland is not that big state. Number two, nobody's talking about polluting the water. That's why we have water treatment plants to clean up the water and before we give it to ourselves. For me, I'm on a well. But the point I'm making is, if you start asking people about this Erdel, some people may decide that maybe we don't need it. Because you can say, well, we're saving resources by not expanding the Erdel. But the reality is, if you were to expand the Erdel, you would be doing it for a reason. And the reason would be, and I'm not suggesting that I'm for this, but the reason would be for development, which would bring in more money to the county in terms of taxpaying citizens. So my only point is, why are we bothering with this now and trying to somehow predict the future and tie the hands of people in the future when we don't know what the future holds? That's all I got.
Mr. Chairman,
All right, Councilman Ketch, hold on one sec.
Councilman Jones, we've spent nearly 4 hours now.
Yep.
A lot of that time was because we were addressing legislation that was in large part a reaction to something, right? This is designed to look forward to our future. And there's a number of us who think this is going to be an issue. So, you know, sometimes you react to things, This is looking forward.
It's going to be an issue for who?
It's going to be issued for future generations that sit on this council.
Well, why can't they, having been elected, having been given the power, have an opportunity to sit in these chairs and make the decision?
If you allow, if you preserve the original intent of the bill, they absolutely will.
They won't, because you're going to put all the
elected
power
by-
in one person's hands, and you're going to make it more difficult to change.
And councilmen, taking that power away from that person empowers people who aren't accountable to those voters. It's important for the voters who elect that council member to entrust their decisions to that council member.
I'm with you.
Okay.
But
Councilman Ketch, did you have?
Just very quickly, Councilman Jones, the statement that development brings in tax revenues is true. However, not all developments put in as much tax revenue as it costs the rest of the county for the services that the county provides. So you cannot say that a development is going to be a huge economic plus for the county. It's just not true. Commercial, yes, that's different. Industrial, that's different. But when you think about it, if you have a townhouse development with, X number of students, you've got so many services that the cost will probably exceed the tax revenues from that development. So I think we need to keep that in mind when we consider bills like this or zoning, et cetera.
All right, can we try to get to the speakers? Because we've been here a long time and people have been sitting through a lot, and we can debate this for another 3 hours up here. So Ms. Belcastro, can you call the first speaker, please?
You're going to have to bear with me because I think there's a lot of people who did register who are no longer on.
Michael Skopanic, I
Yeah, Mr.
believe.
Skopaniak, I don't think he is on. Let me go to the next one. So that would leave us to Theo Lagudor again.
Yes, sir. You might hold the record for 3 bills in a row to speak on. Have we had that before? Maybe. There must be a situation.
Mr. Chair and Councilman, I hope I can get out of the parking garage. That's my hope.
Wait,
So I just wanted to let you know that, Gunpowder Riverkeeper is in support of Bill 1925, proposed by Councilman David Marks and co-sponsored by Councilman Koch, Ertel, Patoka, and Crandall. As introduced, that would provide for a supermajority vote and an affirmative vote from council member or members in whose district the change, revision, or amendment is located on any future changes to the ERDL. And on development pressure and on pollution, I'd just like to note that where we're sitting in Towson was not Baltimore County's first seat, it was Joppa. And you know why we're here today? We're here today because from 1712 to 1768, we had the first deep water port on the Western Shore, and it was summarily filled in by us, during colonial times. And I just like to mention that that was development. As it relates to water quality, water resources in the county are finite. And the city saw, as the city was growing in the 30s, great promise in Loch Raven and Pretty Boy, and the communities that used to be there are no longer. It is, essentially 2 deep water reservoirs, and the river connects them. So I'd just like to say that Bill 1925 would provide added protections to the charter, continue Baltimore County's longstanding efforts to preserve open space, enact protective environmental zoning, and protect sensitive species and limit sprawl. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Raymond Heil, who is here in person.
Mr. Heil, hailing from a non-Erdl district.
He's not online. No.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. It was interesting to listen to your discussion of this bill 1925 to see what you were thinking and what you were concerned about. A lot of the thinking has to do with sort of the technical issues of voting and so on. And I want to comment. I'm representing Baltimore County Green Alliance. I'm the chair. I'm representing the steering committee. We support Bill 1925. And I just want to make a few points. The first is that the URDL, or the urban-rural demarcation line, is unique in the country and has been very successful in preserving farmland since its creation in 1967, in preserving farmland and natural habitat, and protecting the forests and wetlands in the watersheds that sustain the quality of our drinking water reservoirs. It's easy to take these things for granted, but we should value this wonderful asset that Baltimore County has. In their book, Nature Friendly Communities, I don't know if you've ever seen this, it has a full chapter on Baltimore County, and the authors write that Baltimore County, Maryland has one of the most ambitious and successful land management and environmental protection programs in the country. So it's a national model. It's rarely imitated, but it's a national model. And then I'd like to make a couple other points. In terms of the shortage of affordable housing, moving the URDL is not a solution. This argument is disingenuous because in today's housing market, new housing is not affordable to families with modest incomes and without government subsidy. And it's also well documented that suburban development is a net fiscal loser for county governments due to the enormous cost of extending infrastructure to that new development. So it's not going to produce income, net income to the county. The URDL represents to the county an opportunity to focus on well-designed, walkable, transit-accessible redevelopment within the URDL, as recommended by the 2030 master plan. Large declining sites like Security Square Mall and White Marsh Mall and the smaller underutilized commercial districts need well-designed redevelopment. And we have an opportunity to do that in conformance with the 2030 master plan. So we urge members of the council to vote in support of this bill.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, Councilman Marks.
Not a question, but Mr. Howell, you articulated exactly what I was trying to say. The expense of extending those lines to new areas is going to pull money away from projects in inner URDL communities. Each one of us has communities that are older and aging, and they need those resources. And extending the lines outward pulls money away.
Could I ask a question about the URDL? My understanding was that it had to do mostly with extending public water and sewer out into an area. It's not extended beyond, public water and sewer cannot be extended beyond the URDL.
That's inaccurate.
That's inaccurate?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It is a guide that is supposed to guide in terms of decisions, but it's the metro line that determines water and sewer. And let's be clear, there are multiple instances that show that the metro line has gone beyond the URDL. I would argue not in an egregious way, and honestly, when it was done the last time, it was because of health and safety reasons, because of the septic tanks had failed. So it was done for that purpose. And in that scenario, the Erdl should have moved, but it hasn't moved since 1997. Sorry, it would be cool. In that scenario, sorry, it's moved since 13, but that scenario where there is a metro line that does not match up with the Erdl was done in 1997. We vote on that, and it's codified in terms of its purpose.
So you've extended the metro line without extending the Erdl?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Police quarters along the water, a lot of times the septics were failing. They ran lines out to, rather than have that bleach into the groundwater or into the bay, a lot of those lines were extended in order to filter that into the sewage system.
Your point, sir, you are correct in that and I'm not saying you spend a lot of time on this, I'm saying that in terms of the misconceptions, the Erdl doesn't control the water in the sewer, but it is a guideline that's supposed to be used in terms of, one, Councilman Marks' point, slowing and controlling growth so that you don't overextend your resources, which is why there's a process that the planning board has to take these things in consideration before making a recommendation to move it. But it doesn't control it, not legally. You're welcome.
Councilman Jones?
No, I was going, Councilman Pat Young said it best, because it can get complicated. But in the beginning, that was the idea with the Erdl. But you do have the metro line that can change back and forth. But one of the things I guess I want to say, no one here is talking about changing the Erdl. But if someone were to change the Erdl, the idea that it's going to be a drain on resources, we run this enterprise, this government, on taxes. Taxes are tied to people. People pay property taxes. People pay income taxes. And yes, we get taxes from some industries as well. If you were to move the Erdl and extend water and sewer, you wouldn't be just doing it just to do it. You'd be doing it for some purpose, for some reason. And whatever reason it is, whether or not it is to build a factory, whether it is to build a school, or whatever it is to build a development, it's going to produce additional resources to the government. So the only point I'm trying to make is you seem like a very nice guy, you're a smart guy, but I guarantee you nor I can predict the future and what it's going to hold for Baltimore County. We can do our very best, but in reality, who knows what may happen? And Councilman Catch, I got tremendous respect for him, but I know he's a man of principle. And if the day came that we had to do something because we're faced with some economic calamity, I don't want that to be faced with one person sitting here saying, I'm not doing it.
Okay. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Nick Stewart, who is on virtually. Begin your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I cut out. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Thank you, guys. My name is Nick Stewart. I'm the co-founder of We the People, Baltimore County, a good governance advocacy group. I'm here to testify against Bill 1925 and to speak plainly about what's holding this county back. And that's bad government in the form of councilman courtesy, which we've heard a lot about tonight. You know, it's my position that Baltimore County is stuck. We have a housing crisis. Our malls are dying. Our economy is barely growing. And because of this, our population is declining. But if you talk to anyone who's seeking to invest here, or hear the same thing, it's too hard because it's not about the merit of the project. It's about who you know. And more importantly, it's about whether you know your council member, because they control everything that happens in their district. This is councilman courtesy, so people don't come. And you also see this in the few projects we actually have, like Lutherville Station. Most of us know that this project is better than another decade of empty concrete, and yet there's no way forward because the area's council member doesn't like it. So this bill 1925 proposes to take this practice and actually put it into our charter, which is our form of our Constitution. The bill says that each council member has a unilateral veto over this policy decision, which is, in this case, the ERDL. So to be clear, my belief is that the ERDL is essential, but nobody here is proposing to erase it. The bill is a solution in search of a problem. And more dangerously, it opens the door to vetoes on all sorts of other critical things that this council considers, like transit projects and mall redevelopments and school renovations. Where does all of this stop? We have a disease in Baltimore County. Its name is councilmanic courtesy. It is the council's job to set rules for everyone to play by, not to litigate each and every issue, which is what happened tonight, which is why we are 5 hours. We can't be against councilmanic courtesy and be in favor of this bill. So I'll wrap up by this. The ERDL is good policy, but we can't subvert our democracy and our charter, which says the council represents everybody in this council, in the county, because we like a specific policy outcome. It's not supposed to work that way.
You want to?
Oh, certainly. Mr. Stewart, are you speaking on yourself or for We the People?
I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah, because there are people associated with your organization that don't share your views.
I think they do. In fact, if you received a letter from Pat Keller, who shared this very issue, that we disagree, both of us, with this idea of including a unilateral veto in this bill, and we could not be clearer on that.
Council, Mr. Stewart, I know Pat Keller very well. I speak to him probably 2 or 3 times a week, and he may not agree with that part of the bill, but he does support the overall approach we're taking.
I understand that, but it's very important that that piece of the bill comes to light tonight as being evidence of a disease being put into our charter. It doesn't belong there.
Okay, so let's talk about diseases. So you think, I know, well, I'm looking at his little hit piece in the Sun, and I'll just read this. He calls each of us fiefdoms, right? So in other words, we are all elected by the voters. They entrust us to make decisions, but we should be overruled by council members not accountable to those voters. Is that what you're saying?
Councilman Marks, nobody does it this way. No one runs their jurisdiction in central Maryland like we do it, where we just choose to scratch each other's backs, councilmanic district by councilmanic district, where each person controls everything that happens in their district. It is killing us. We cannot continue to do it this way.
So what's your alternative?
That you guys make decisions on behalf of the county writ large. We are one county. We should be acting like it. The things that happen in Dundalk matter in White Marsh. The things that happen in Towson matter in Owens Mills. Why aren't we planning together as a collective county? Why don't we refer to the master plan and making any decision in the county? There's a reason for it. It's because we have this entrenched policy of councilmanic courtesy.
I'm glad you brought up the master plan. The master plan, quote, development activity in the core retrofit areas, like all development, will require the requisite infrastructure to support this approach. The core retrofit areas must be the primary focus for development and investment over the next decade. So the master plan is the one saying that we should focus on those nodes within the ERDL, right?
I don't think you've heard me disagree with that. I believe in revitalization and reinvestment within the ERDL. The policy conversation about the ERDL is one thing. What we are talking about is process. Process matters. Just because you like the outcome, which is perpetual protection of the ERDL, doesn't mean this is the way to achieve it. This is bad governance.
But you say that and you don't propose an alternative.
The alternative is to simply make the decision as we have to protect the ERDL and to advocate. It is a policy decision. And I continue to be in support of it. I will continue to advocate for the ERDL. That's not the point of this. What you are doing is entrenching minority rule in this bill and using councilmanic courtesy to broadcast throughout Maryland that you cannot do anything here unless you know your council person. We've got to stop this.
You are speaking in generalities, and you have not proposed an alternative. So I can just presume that your alternative is that the other council members can gang up and overrule the person who was elected by those voters.
There is no ganging up. This is a democracy. You guys represent the county, Baltimore County. It is one county. You are elected by a district and you are intended to represent the interests of everybody. The fact that you think that you don't is a problem.
Mr. Stewart, I will tell you, we've had some robust discussions over the past month on this bill, but most of our bills are unanimous. We support each other in their own districts. And by the way, one area that my colleagues supported me on was last legislative meeting when we passed the White Marsh Revitalization District, right? I'm assuming you think that's a good idea. I'm assuming you thought that the redevelopment of downtown Towson was a good idea. I pushed a lot of that.
Security Mall.
Security Mall. Have you come up here recently and testified on any of those issues?
We are talking, Councilman, with respect, about the process. You could create one of you as the URL czar, and it could be you, Councilman Marks, because you believe so strongly in the URL. And you could be the forever protector of the URL. It doesn't mean it's good policy. That doesn't mean that's the way the government should operate. It shouldn't operate like this, and we know that. We know that because it doesn't in other counties.
Just cut them off. We got to move on.
Mr. Stewart, since you brought up Lutherville Station, you really don't know me at all. You don't know me, and I can assure you that what you said about Lutherville Station, you do not know what you're talking about. And I'll leave it at that. You absolutely.
I grew up there, so I do know, but thank you.
Look, you do not know what has happened. You have no clue. And you cannot make a statement like that because you haven't attended any of the meetings. You haven't been there. You don't know what's happened. And I can assure you that we're trying to make it work.
Thank you, Councilman Koch. I appreciate you trying to make it work.
And, Mr. Stewart, I guess I got to take a shot here too, because I have a inner Beltway district that we struggle to keep up with all the things that are happening. And there's a lot of people there'll be people tonight who will testify, who talk about this bill, but yet we're allowing investors to buy up rental properties. We're allowing people to buy Airbnbs. We're allowing businesses to run all kinds of businesses out of homes. They're bidding against first-time home buyers. This is one of the things that creates this, because as long as we have somewhere else to build, we don't have to address these issues that are killing some of our inner Beltway neighborhoods. And you live in Catonsville, in a very nice area, and you don't have that problem in where you live in Catonsville, but there are areas in southwest Baltimore County that are struggling, and they're getting bought up. And those people have to go somewhere eventually, and you're displacing homeowners. Not only are you displacing homeowners, not you, but people aren't able to buy. I have young families who can't buy in a lot of the areas that I represent because other people are, and we as a society, it's a federal, state, and local issue that we're allowing this. But yet, we've got people that are those same people like, well, we don't know what to do about that. But what we do know is we could build in Jacksonville. We could build some more housing up there, and maybe people can afford to live up there. Guess what? They're not going to be able to afford to live there because those price points are going to be too high.
Yes, I'm not, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, and I'll be very brief, I'm not disagreeing with you. In fact, I think you and I could potentially work together on the ideas around these types of post-World War II communities. There's a lot to be done, and we have to focus our attention there. There's a lot of similarity in our belief set with respect to that. I'm talking about consummate courtesy in particular.
Okay, well, I don't think that's the biggest disease in this county, unfortunately.
I understand.
Anyway, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, yes. Who's?
Hi, Izzy Patoka here. I'm leaving a community meeting, an Inner Beltway community meeting. And I just want to repeat something I said earlier. on one of the issues we addressed earlier. I think it's a really easy thing to do, and I think it's applicable here. The easy thing to do is to live in the virtual world and opine in the abstract. The more difficult thing to do, and I think Mr. Stewart may consider this, is to live in the real world. Don't live in the reality world. Live in the current, not the abstract, the reality. For example, understand what communities, rather than tell people what their values ought to be, listen to people and try to understand their values. So that's just my suggestion moving forward. I will say that the Inner Beltway communities that I represent are really concerned about competition for limited resources that will exist once we start building new shiny objects out in the exurbs. And so I think it's really important that we address this. And for me, that's a holistic view. I am a professional planner, and so I do feel like I do have a perspective on this that might be different. And it's something that I think that we may tweak this legislation, but I think at the end of the day, it's good legislation. And so I just wanted to add my points related to this. I'm coming in a little late because I'm in my car leaving a community meeting, and I heard the council meeting was still on, so I applaud my colleagues and everyone that's hung in on there. But I do want to make this point that at some point, you have to engage communities in order to create values. And if you're not doing that, you're opining in some virtual reality that doesn't address concerns that myself and my colleagues hear day in and day out and every night at community meetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council. Yeah, you want to move to the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Marie Laporte, who is here in person.
We may have left in disgust. I don't see her.
She no longer here?
No. Let's go to the next.
The next speaker is Kathy Lambrow, who is here in person.
Ms. Lambrow. Thank you so much for hanging in there. It's been a marathon session. I see you're hailing from the 7th District.
I am indeed. I'm sorry Mr. Crandall's not here. Anyway, first, thank you very much. My name's Kathy Lambrow, and I'm here to speak in favor of Bill 1925. A lifelong county resident, and I also serve as chair of the Conservation Committee for the Baltimore Bird Club, which we're a local chapter of the Maryland Ornithologic Society. So I came here with a lot of things written down. I was going to talk about something different that you probably many haven't heard of, but why the Erdl is so important to the birds and the wildlife. So just briefly on that, I found we had an article actually in our newsletter publication with the Bird Club, written in 2018, and it was about the Erdl and how the author was a Dave Wilson, who was a conservation consultant to Audubon, Maryland, DC, and he praised the foresight and planning of the Baltimore County Planning Board and the County Council. So the Erdl, in his words, made Baltimore County a poster child for smart growth and an unlikely haven for wildlife. A frightening statistic that you may or may not have heard about today, it was done by the journal Science in 2019, is that the wild bird populations in the United States have declined by almost 30%. This equates to about 2.9 billion birds, a decline of 17% in eastern forest birds, and an astounding 53% of grassland birds. And all of these species benefit from lands protected by the Erdl. So I had a lot more I was going to say about that, but after hearing this last bit of discussion, I do understand it. You've just kind of thrown me for a loop because I feel like it's more about process, and I'm going to go totally off target, but I do think it's important to protect the Erdl. It's very important. And no, we can't predict the future, but we can do today what we can to try and protect it. It's very important on so many levels. I speak to birds because that's my focus, but all of the other things that these people have been saying are so true, and it's so important. We face constant pressure from developers who look to easy development. It's a lot easier to go into farmlands, and forests where we can just clear cut everything or grade it. Instead of doing the hard work of looking to revitalize dilapidated structures and repurposing previously developed areas, I did some reading in the master plan myself. And there was a lot of time and effort talking about the retrofitting methodology that was so carefully studied, and the nodes and the redevelopment. And I think that's where we really need to focus. We'll support you, however, to do the hard work of doing that. And just a thought I had was, perhaps then maybe the bill doesn't go far enough to protect it. Maybe we also need to add something in there that protects the zoning in the Erdl too, if that's potentially an issue. If we cannot move the Erdl but just change the zoning, maybe it needs to go a little bit further to protect it. But it is very important. It's a model. It's something that Baltimore County and the planning board should be very, very proud of and do everything they can to protect it into future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Jesse Albright, who is here in person.
There we go.
Mr. Albright.
Years on the way. Good morning, council members.
Good morning. Yeah.
Morning.
I want to make a point that the last time I spoke, not a single one of you was on the council, and that was 17 years ago. And I know I look pretty good, but I spoke at that time, and I spoke in regards to the future of agriculture. And at that time, we had a council member who was a member of the agricultural community, and not a single one of you, no offense, are part of the agricultural community any longer. We talk about the Erdl, and we talk about the reason that it hasn't moved for 58 years. And I do believe that there's a large part of that because there were members of our agricultural community sitting on this council. That is no longer. The reason you don't see a lot of farmers here, I've sat in this council meeting for close to 5 hours for my time to speak, okay? When I talk about the ag community, we're busy people. We have to compete with land developers. We have to compete with solar companies, all of these people pushing. And I will say to Councilman Jones, you talk about Maryland not feeding yourselves, you're wrong, council member, because with all due respect, this council bought food directly from Baltimore County farmers to feed people during COVID with Baltimore County food. You all did that, and it was all purchased from Baltimore County producers. So we do produce food here. We do feed people in this county, and it is important to preserve that for generations to come. I'm a fourth-generation farmer. My family's been on some of our land for 150 years. We have no intention of going anywhere, but it is becoming ever more difficult and ever harder to do what we do. Most of us live, to be honest with you, below the poverty line, and it is a struggle to pay bills day in and day out. We heard about that, right? About how we have to talk about going to solar. I don't think that's a viable option, but I do think competition from housing developments and additional solar companies is problematic. Food security is a huge issue in Baltimore County as we move forward, and I think that protecting the Erdl will protect that. The only other thing that I will say is that I think that is really important. Councilman Jones, I'd love to have you out to the farm. I'll show you how Baltimore County farmers feed your people.
Mr. Chair, first of all, thank you for your passion and welcome back. But my neighbors are farmers, the Stromers. They have a couple of 100 acres. So I'm well aware of farming. To be real clear, my statement was that the majority of the food that feed Marylanders come from out of this state. During COVID, we elected to buy food from local farmers to feed people in need, and we wanted to support our local farmers. But don't get it twisted. We could have bought food from any place.
It was cheaper to buy the food from the Baltimore County farmers.
Maybe.
You didn't have the road miles and the time in which we're talking about environmental
I'm not going to debate that with you.
Cutting $100 million in land preservation.
I'm not going to debate that with you, but my point is we did that not because we had to, because we chose to support local farmers, which is a good thing. And I'm not saying it's not a good thing, but the point I'm making is we could buy food from any place.
And the water quality impacts, the education aspect of having children understand where their food comes from is more important. As we go forward, fuel is not going down. There's efficiencies lost in terms of the quality and the freshness, and we're constantly concerned about obesity and health in this country. And shipping food is not the most viable option. We have the ability to produce the food here locally to feed our people. And protections to the URTL are very important to keep farming economically viable in Baltimore County. It's one of our biggest industries here we have one of the greatest greenhouse businesses in all of the state of Maryland that produces not only flowers, but vegetables that feed people. And that's important to keep it here. Young people don't want to get into agriculture because it's scary. And sitting in this room, I tell you, it is scary to listen to people that don't have a great understanding of what the average farmer has to go through. And the Stromers are very good family friends. My aunts and the Stromers go way back. We all know each other. We're brethren. But like I said, there's not many of us sitting in this room because not many of us are willing to dedicate 5 hours of our time to come sit here to speak. And I think that it's really, really important that we try to look at the URTL and look at this conversation. I understand it's stood for 58 years and we're shoulda, coulda, woulda, it hasn't moved. But as I said, the reason it hasn't moved is there was farmers in this room and there were more farmers here. As we deviate, everybody used to know a farmer. Now nobody knows a farmer. As we deviate further away from that, those protections for those farmers are going to go by the wayside.
Well, let me first of all, I appreciate you testifying. The only reason normally I don't engage, but when people call me out and say I'm wrong, then I feel compelled to set the record straight.
And with all due respect, Councilman, it was said from a place of respect. It was that you said that we're not producing food here, and I think that's
I didn't say that. I said we weren't producing all the food necessary to feed the citizens of the state. That's all. But that said, I appreciate your testimony. It's all good. There's no farmers sitting up here, but we all agree that we don't want to move to URTL. The only point that I was trying to make was once you put a spotlight on it, some other folks out there may not feel the same way. And I don't see any reason for us to mess with it at all, because it's just going to bring attention to it. And who knows what's going to happen once you open Pandora's box.
Councilman Young.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for spending the time and sticking it out with us to get up here. I just wanted to clarify, because it wasn't just you, some other folks mentioned this as well. And it's not fair because I have my notes in front of me and also a sheet that was provided by council staff. So just to be clear, since the URTL was created, it's moved a number of times, but most recently it was moved in 2007, 2009, twice in 2009, and the last time it was moved was in 2012, where it actually retracted by 195 acres, but that's not fair either because it happened in my district, so I'm aware of that happening. So I just wanted to, it has been sparsely moved on purpose because of the things that you referenced, and I just wanted to make sure that it was acknowledged that.
And I apologize. Yeah.
No, please don't. I didn't mean it to do it that way. I just wanted to make sure because everyone knew, and I didn't know either. A month ago, I didn't know. We asked the question, we got the answers. I have it in front of me. I just wanted to make sure the folks are aware that the purpose for it moving so infrequently, still moved,
yes,
has been because of the things you referenced and because of the attention that's been paid over the last, well, since 1967 related to the URTL. So I just wanted to clarify that, but thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you hanging in there, and
Yeah, I mean, I hope that as a farmer, I don't have to come back for another 17 years. By then, hopefully, none of you will still be sitting here, and well, I'll be an older man.
I hope your grandchildren don't have to come back in to tell us about.
Jesse, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul Dungara.
Mr. Dungara.
Thanks for having me, everybody. Let me just pull up my testimony. Good evening. My name's Paul Dungara, and I'm here representing the Sierra Club, our leading environmental advocate. We support Bill 1925 to strengthen the ERDL, to prevent suburban sprawl, which safeguards drinking water, limits car dependence, preserves farmland, and combats disinvestment in older communities. The ERDL protects our reservoirs, which supply drinking water to 2 million people. Increased development degrades water quality with contaminated runoff while also disrupting natural groundwater recharge. Transportation is one of the largest contributors of carbon emissions. Rural areas lacking mass transit and essential services are inherently car dependent. Sprawl development contradicts our master plan and undermines climate goals by increasing CO2 emissions per capita. The CDC states climate change threatens food security. This bill preserves farmland outside the ERDL by reducing development pressure. Doing so mitigates risk from climate disruptions like drought and extreme weather. Once developed, farmland permanently loses its ability to feed communities. This bill also prevents state and county resources being steered away from less affluent older communities in need of reinvestment. Moving the ERDL means more lower density suburbs that will struggle to sustain their infrastructure, leading to increased borrowing, rising property taxes, and fueling continued sprawl. This unsustainable model has repeatedly proved itself financially improvement with constant county borrowing. It is also ethically indefensible given the well-documented disinvestment in working class communities. The housing crisis is real, but expanding the ERDL is not the solution, since it would jeopardize water supply, food security, and climate goals while neglecting older communities in favor of subsidizing financially unproductive sprawl. Proven alternatives include replacing exclusionary zoning with form-based zoning, promoting pre-approved ADU designs, and directing funding to equitably revitalize communities where most residents live, work, and play. We urge your support for this bill to promote responsible growth, environmental protection, and economic fairness. And if I may, because there's been a lot of discussion about, well, how will this make moving the ERDL more difficult, or what will this do? The ERDL is directly tied to our priority funding areas. Okay, and priority funding areas is a tool, a state-created tool that's administered by the Department of Planning that helps to fund where we grow. And if we're saying that we don't want to do suburban expansion, that it's unproductive, this makes sense because there is a connection between the ERDL and our priority areas. The other thing regarding councilmatic courtesy is that yes, you do have to have the cooperation of the council person, but you also need some people to dissent on council. And in our next election, God willing, we're going to get some council people who are not beholden to the development interests, because let it be known, the development interests are eager to move the ERDL line, because they're the ones that derive benefit from this, that making decisions that enrich them and leave us all poorer. It needs to change. I hope y'all will support this bill, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dungara.
Appreciate you hanging in there. Ms. Bill Castro.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Albright, who is here in person.
How are you, Mr. Albright?
All right. My butt was getting sore though.
Yeah. They're like church pews.
Some cushions would have been nice. Good evening. I am Baltimore County Farm Bureau President. I am the current serving president. I'm here representing farmers from around the county currently. We are in support of the current bill and codifying the ERDL as it is currently written. We would not be opposed to any amendments that you guys would make. I'd like to remind everyone that this will continue to have a positive ecological impact on buffer zones. This will assist in keeping the bay clean, and this will also assist in keeping, farmers in prosperity. We've talked a lot tonight about the economic impact, and I would like to let you gentlemen know that on an annual year, Baltimore County represents $350 million of annual impact as far as economically that farmers are impacting. That includes nurseries, farmers, and equine. That statistic comes directly from one of your guys' departments, just so you know. I would also like to point out that, we're talking about securities. Food is an issue. I would like to remind everyone that it wasn't that long ago during World War II that the European model had changed and we had urban sprawl in those areas. After World War II, the fields were in famine, the areas were decimated. After that time, they couldn't feed their population. Not that long ago, we had COVID. And yes, we did have someone already talk about feeding in the area, but it's not that simple. We have to think about the future, about your grandchildren. We are in a race for resources, but it's a race against time. You guys have any questions?
I'd like to thank your family. I've been to your farm, and
we would like to invite all council members out to our farm at some point to get an idea. We run a large poultry operation where we are supplying eggs, turkeys. We process turkeys during around Thanksgiving. We could always use a hand.
Thank you for all you do.
Councilman Young, did you have a question? You turn your mic off. Was on.
Just a clarifying point, the bill doesn't codify the ERDL, it codifies a council role in
Yes.
moving it. No worries, I didn't want to.
Yeah, I understand.
No worries. You just said before, I just want to make sure folks are listening to know that we're not codifying the actual ERDL or defining it in.
Oh, we'd be fine with that too.
I understand. Yep, no, I got you. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sharonda Hoffman. I believe Ms. Hoffman is here in person.
Ms. Hoffman, she's right behind you. How are you tonight?
Wonderful. Happy April Fools.
Do you have an April Fool's joke for us?
No, this was a joke, so.
The joke was that this was going to be a short
Okay. Good evening. I first want to say I appreciate that everyone's here, and I'm actually doing this for this. I'm not even talking about the bill, just want to talk about process. One of the things that we all have to learn is parliamentary procedure. And I have taken classes. I think it's very important that we know that if you're really adamant that this is what you want, I think it's unfair that we do things that are not going to be aligned with what you want. My name is Sharonda Huffman, and I live in Baltimore County, Essex. And the recent auditor's report made it clear this bill will not control where undeveloped land may be developed. In other words, it won't prevent everything that you asked for to prevent growth outside the ERDL. That alone should stop us in our tracks. If the central premise of this legislation is preserving land and curbing sprawl, doesn't hold up to the scrutiny, then what exactly are we putting before our voters? Addressing the misconceptions about the ERDL is the following questions and answers are actually on the auditor's report. Does the ERDL control where water or sewer service may go in the county? The answer is no. Does the ERDL control whether an undeveloped property may be developed? The answer is no. Even more concerning, the bill never even defines the ERDL. How can voters be asked to protect something that's not clearly defined in the text? This opens the door to confusion. A bill without a definition is a bill without teeth. and that should worry anyone who believes in good governance. Can the legislator just change the name of the Erdel and call it the Sirtle? That could be the Suburban Rural Demarcation Line or the Sharonda Rural Demarcation Line, and the charter will not address the issue at all. The loopholes in this legislation are too many to count, and instead of addressing these problems now, why are you just pushing this through? That's not how responsible policymaking works, especially not when the outcome affects land use, housing, and equity for generations. If we're serious about protecting land and ensuring sustainable development, then let's get serious about drafting a charter amendment that does what it claims to do, with clarity, integrity, and public accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. That was right on the money. Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Amy Ginger, who is here in person.
This is going to be short and to the point. On behalf of the Greater Kingsville Civic Association and its over 200 members, we are in support of this legislation. I sent an email to all of you previously, so there's no need to go into any more detail, at least not at 9:35.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ginger.
Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Brandon Hill, who is here in person.
Welcome, Mr. Hill.
Thank you. My name is Brandon Hill. I'm a resident farmer and small business owner in northern Baltimore County. I'm here to request that you vote to approve the Baltimore County Farmland Preservation Act that strengthens the Erdel. I have lived in rural Baltimore County my entire life, and 3 years ago I purchased my dream farm here, which I am cultivating into a working food forest. I plan to raise my future kids here as long as the county remains as beautiful and functional as it has been. Sadly, with the threat of MPRP and now with talks about the threats to the Erdel, I'm starting to fear that may not remain a viable option. Pushing into the Erdel's rural land on top of destroying its beauty would increase the need for public spending on infrastructure projects such as water, sewer, schools, to name a few, which would require a much greater investment than updating and refurbishing existing infrastructure. We know from past experience that pushing into rural areas instead of updating existing urban infrastructure only serves to create an ineffective and unproductive urban sprawl. At a time when Maryland is in economic crisis and Baltimore County needs to be extremely financially responsible, it is of the utmost importance to maintain the agricultural land, as we know for a fact that it provides economic stimulus. Agricultural land does not require the same infrastructure needs such as medical and policing facilities that urban development requires. Farmers and owners of the agricultural land pay more in local taxes than what the government spends in support of those lands and people. In Baltimore County, agriculture helps subsidize the cost of residential development. The county should not give up the benefits these rural areas provide and instead upgrade existing infrastructure that desperately needs it within the urban and suburban areas. You can create intelligent growth and increase housing through existing infrastructure upgrades, not just through new greenfield development. In fact, upgrading and updating existing infrastructure would provide much more intelligent growth Once you urbanize farm and conservation land, you can no longer return it back to its original state. Open spaces, forests, clean water, and places to grow food are invaluable things that greatly benefit Maryland as a state. We need to protect these things at all costs and keep these things in the front of our mind when planning growth and development. I really hope you vote in favor of strengthening the Erdel, and I thank the honorable group of council members that brought this act forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging in.
Yeah, thank you guys for listening to everyone.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Take our next speaker.
Jerry Withers, who is here in person.
I don't think he's still here.
I think he left.
Okay.
I think he had enough of it. How about
Mr. Latshaw, he's not here. He was on virtually, but he's not on any
I think
longer.
we've heard from Mr. Latshaw.
Next registered speaker is Sean McIntosh, who is here in person.
McIntosh is here. Sean, how are you?
You're tired. Yeah, you guys have been here too. Thank you.
I
have stuff that I was going to read here, but actually, I'm going to try not to read and just kind of address some of the things that have been talked about tonight. First of all, I'm here to support Bill 1925, and I want to thank Councilman Marks for putting this forward. This is something we agree on. I actually do believe that we need to codify the urban-rural demarcation line. I think it's important to Baltimore County's smart growth plan, and the ability to move that line should be difficult. I, too, am against councilmanic courtesy. I think it's terrible. I think it's an awful thing that we need to do away with. However, in this case, I think having the councilman whose district is impacted by any move is important to the process of the vote. You have to have that councilman and the supermajority. You have to have the whole thing. You have to have a supermajority that includes that council person. It's not really councilmanic courtesy, because that's only one councilman saying, this is what I want to do, and everybody else rubber stamping it. This requires, as I understand it, a supermajority. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So including the council person whose district would be impacted. And so, yes, I do think that in this case, it's important to do that. Baltimore County has had a very bad history of allowing undue developer influence in planning and zoning decisions. And I could foresee a situation where, if that requirement didn't exist, a developer could get the supermajority without community buy-in if we didn't have that councilman's vote necessary. So that needs to stay in, I think. Density is something that I think we're not addressing really. No, people haven't really talked very much about density, and why are we afraid of density? Why do we need to go past the hurdle for development? Baltimore County is actually the second largest county of all 24 counties, with a landmass of nearly 600 square miles. The largest county is Frederick. The smallest is Baltimore City. Baltimore City is only 81 square miles and actually has 6,883 people per square mile. Baltimore County has 1,408 people per square mile. But if you take it just within the URDL, if you take 90% of the people who live within the URDL, which is approximately 200 square miles, it brings it to 3,789 people per square mile. There's still room for growth. Just to give it some perspective, Manhattan has 74,981 people per square mile. We don't want to be Manhattan. I know we don't want to be Baltimore City, but there's definitely room for growth. And the master plan actually talks about revitalization and redevelopment as the focus. Sustainability is one of the tenets of good planning. And that is redevelopment and revitalization. It is not, sustainable development is not going past the URDL and creating new suburbs. That is not, that's why we created smart growth, to prevent that. So I ask you to please pass this. I'm sorry this was rambling. It's been a very, very long evening, so.
Good work.
Thank
Very
you.
much. Thanks, Sean. Next speaker, Josh Steins, I think.
Our next speaker is Bruce Morgan, who is on virtually. Mr. Morgan, you may begin your testimony.
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the council. I'm in favor of 1925. It is fair, gives a constituency opportunity through their councilman to determine the degree of growth directly affecting them. It will help keep our rural areas rural. It is consistent with the long-term idea of controlling growth through smart growth, controlling sprawl. It helps protect our natural resources. It keeps our productive essential farms as farms. It helps assure the adequacy of public services like water and sewer. It is the most sensible and reasonable process for growth decisions in the future. So I'm asking the council to vote yes on 1925. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next speaker
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
They're all
is Josh Sines. Mr. Sines, you may begin your testimony.
Good evening, council members. After 6 hours, I've thrown my testimony away listening to the discussion up there. So let me go real quickly here. June 2003, September 2004, October 2004, September 2007, twice in 2009. That's how many times the ERDL has moved. It indeed has moved. Two of those times were on a 4-3 vote. The other part I keep hearing, oh, the ERDL's not codified. Is the master plan codified? The ERDL's in the master plan that you guys voted on. So have I adequately explained how this is possible and this can be done? And I would say, so far, from every council person that we've heard, nobody wants to move the ERDL. That's great. Support the bill then. It's the simplest thing you could do. And the other part of this conversation of councilmanic courtesy, you know, it's pretty ironic to sit here and listen to people tell us that they want to put something in our communities that would not be okay with the person that we get to vote for.
Yep.
You know, like the discussion earlier with the Lutherville station.
Yep.
The communities up there don't want it. If they do, they'll vote the councilman out the next election. It's pretty simple. You know, like, listen to this argument tonight is so crazy. You know, like, everybody's acting like, oh, it can never move then. No, it means that it's a good decision if it does move, that you guys agree on it, which this council has agreed in a bipartisan way, better than listening to Annapolis, that's for daggone sure. You know, and then you hear people talking about they want to bring Annapolis politics to Baltimore County. We don't want it. That's all.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Sines.
very much, Mr. Sines.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes. I'm sorry, Councilman Patoka. I forgot.
No worries. I just want to thank Mr. Sines.
You're still with us.
Yes. I want to thank Mr. Sines for his testimony and just reflecting back on some of the testimony we heard earlier. As I think about one of the speakers this evening called councilmanic courtesy a disease, and I thought, I've never heard something so absurd or a bigger overreaction. I don't know if I've ever heard anything that's a bigger overreaction, you know. So I just wanted to point that out because I thought Josh Sines made some really good points. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Ms. Bill Castro.
Our next speaker is Joyce Holbrook, who is here in person. Okay.
She had enough of us.
Next speaker is Paul Merritt, who is here in person.
Paul is here.
Oh, my gosh.
Paul's 3-2. You guys are in the club. You guys.
I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. All right, well, I guess to start with, Councilman, if any of you have any doubts or hesitation to support Bill 1925, I'd ask that you would review the Liberty Reservoir Small Watershed Action Plan and the Loch Raven West Small Watershed Action Plans. These studies were done, the first one was in, I think, 2015, and the other one was a little bit more recent for Loch Raven. And these explain a lot of the issues with the watershed and our need to preserve the watershed and the clean water for Baltimore County. And ERDL was very important in all that. And with that said, I ask Councilman Jones, especially he's our district, that you support the bill for us and our 250 members. Thank you.
Thank you for coming here. I would take it under advisement. However, I think since I represent 122,000 people and I'm looking out for the interests of Baltimore County in the future, I'm not sure I can vote for the bill.
We're looking for a water supply because population grows, something gets more. I actually today went to Loch Raven Reservoir and went to the reservoir. We had all that rain yesterday. The reservoir's 30 inches low. Liberty is currently beyond 30 inches low. So the reservoirs are an issue of collecting water as it is now, and the watershed actually spreads beyond the ERDL, especially in our District 4. So the water is becoming an issue with Baltimore County. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Ann Grizon, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, who is here in person.
Where's Ann? Thought you left. We're back there most of the night.
I wanted to go to the mushy chairs. Good evening. My name is Ann Gritchen. I'm the Director of Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County. We do support the bill. Our organization has been around for around 50 years. We are the county's nonprofit historic preservation organization. Our mission is to protect our county's historic buildings, historic landscapes, communities, scenic vistas, view sheds, cemeteries, and landscapes, of course. So we, again, are very much supportive of this bill, and I was very grateful that several people mentioned the history of Uredale's or area growth boundary areas. So I won't go into that this evening. But again, Baltimore County really is one of the exemplar ones in the country and also one of the first ones that have been created. There were a few others beforehand, but it's also one of the stronger ones. And I think what's also very important to mention is levels of protection. One of the things that we deal with a lot with historic preservation is constantly having to keep buildings from being torn down. We have other things that we do. We do educational programming, we do general advocacy. We also have a grants program. We both receive grants as well as hand out grants to help with preserving historic buildings. But one of our obviously big issues is keeping buildings from being torn down, as some of you well know. And I think the more levels of protection we have, the better. Again, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, and preserving things for the future that we, again, have some power we're doing right now is just so important. And we have so many battles with historic preservation, preserving our historic buildings that are within the growth area. And if there's a chance that there's going to be an expansion of the growth area, that would make our job much harder. We're already dealing with individual buildings that we're trying to preserve, but when we're looking at rural areas where you're also having to look at historic landscapes that can be a few acres, a few dozen acres, or hundreds of acres, that makes our job much harder, because again, it's just such a battle to preserve individual buildings as it is. And I think also what I want to state was people often think of historic, I'll be quick, people often think of historic preservation as just being about history and about aesthetics, but it's really a lot more. A lot of historic properties, especially those in rural areas, also contain very important ecosystems. Very often they were planted to help nature. Maybe it started off as an aesthetic issue, but it also became very much an environmental issue. The young gentleman over there who with his family has just bought a piece of property to protect it, to make it an urban forest. That's very often what historic properties are. They're ecosystems within themselves, helping to protect from biodiversity loss, as well as helping our wildlife, helping nature as a whole. So it's not just about historic preservation, which is of course near and dear to our hearts and what we do. But, you know, looking into the future, I think what's just so important is we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And that's why I think this bill makes it even more crucial that with its importance to pass, because, again, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And once an historic building is lost, once an historic landscape is lost, once an ecosystem is lost, it's not going to come back. So this is a bill for protection. And again, we at Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County very much support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you, Ann.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jack Emron.
I think Jack left.
Okay. Our next speaker is Timbrook Filbert.
I believe he may have left too. Is he in person?
In person.
He had.
Okay. And then that brings us to our final speaker this evening, who would be Tom Gaines. Did he leave? He testified earlier on Bill 2125.
That may be it.
I believe that is it.
Holy
unless
moly.
I missed someone.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you hanging out with us. We really should have bought, you know, some kind of food for everyone. We could have had a cookout.
I want to thank you all for hanging in there.
Thank you very much,
Thank
everyone.
you for coming out testifying.
Thank you, folks.
This is what democracy looks like, and we're happy to have you here. Thank you.